All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Clear my mind and my soul. Gave me a new man. Oh, made me whole. I'll rise up.
Quam,
I'll be a new light.
Quam,
I am awakened.
Quam,
I am
Quam.
awakened.
Yes, you
I
are.
am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, rise, children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Israelites journey.
Shalom and blessings, family. Shalom and blessings. All praises, honor, and glory to the Most High. I hope everybody's doing well today. We have a presentation today by the brother Cleo. Title of this lesson would be The Civil War. What happened to the Israelites during this time? So within this lesson, the brother Cleo is going to present. We're going to talk about what happened to the Israelites around this time period, and we're going to present some unknown facts about what was really going on, and lastly provide some of the context to how it relates to today. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic to the brother Cleo so he can get going, and also I want to bid everybody in the room a shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Also, how's it going, brother Cleo?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, brother. How you doing on this day? Hope all is
Doing
well.
great. Doing great, bro.
Can
Doing
we
great.
do like we normally do? Shout out to family that's here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Either or. I'm gonna start off the top. I'm gonna do a few. Darnell Blackshear, he got the record for being first every video. He always the first one in. He almost the first one comment. I don't think anybody has ever beat my man yet. But Shabbat Shalom to you, brother. Kevin Gerard, Cindy Carr, and Kenneth Wilkerson. Kenneth, how you doing, brother? Shabbat Shalom to you. And Donovan Ben Judah, Shabbat Shalom to you. Let's see, Ellen F, Shabbat Shalom. Optimal Training, what's good, bro? Shabbat Shalom to you. Sister Born Bo, how you doing, sis? Lenny Yah Yisrael, Shabbat Shalom. If I missed somebody, please forgive me. Kadar Scales, we got drop the brother link to the brother so he could jump on.
He's
Shabbat
in
Shalom
there.
to you,
He's
brother.
in there.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's see. Sarah Yashibru, Shabbat Shalom, sis. Peace and blessings to you. Tommy D. Collins. Peace and blessings to you as well. Joy31608, Shabbat Shalom. Samantha Gray, Shalom family, Shabbat Shalom to you, sis. Shiloh, Shalom, Shalom, Shalom. How you doing? Only by His grace, Shabbat Shalom. Seeking the Most High. That's a good way to be. You seek Him. Shabbat Shalom to you. So I'm gonna jump in, but before I do, I want to preface this by saying what we're doing is we're not trying to be divisive or anything like that. The main reason why we're looking at our history is so that you heard the phrase, those that don't know their history are destined to repeat it. Not to say that we're going to repeat our history, all the bad things that happen. No, we need to have a full and firm grasp and understanding of what we went through as a people, right? We've heard bits and pieces of it, and we've heard some rumors about it, but we as individuals never really dug in. Now, if you say that the book is your book, and it is your book, it's your history book, then knowing that is going to fill in a lot of the gaps. And when you look in the mirror and ask yourself, why is this people going through what it is that they're going through? The book has all the answers for you. So the book is not, let's dispel the rumor right here. Although the white man did corrupt everything that he touched, including Christianity, but Christianity is a false religion, and it was very corrupted by when they got their hands on the records and on the books. That's for certain, and that can be proven. But even outside of that, it's not really so much about them. It's about our family reaching back and teaching or showing and giving and providing information. So, without further ado, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and I'm actually going to jump into it. Everybody having a peaceful Shabbat? If you resting and relaxing, throw a one up. The presentation is not long, but there's a lot of information, a lot of ground that we're going to cover. So, you guys just allow me to do that, and I would recommend that you guys take notes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the presentation, and then after I finish the presentation, then we can have a roundtable with the folks on the panel and with you, the family. All right. So the Civil War, what happened to the Israelites during this time? Now, we've been taught a certain perspective about the Civil War, right? It was always about war between the states and state rights, and we heard different rumors about it. But before I actually jump into that, I do want to preface the conversation in this manner with my opening comments. The first point is the book hits different now. And if the book hits different now, what I mean by that is that it hits different because of the fact that I know who I am without certainty, that I'm part of the dispersed. I'm one of those that they talk about. You will be sent to all nations. You don't have your last name. You don't have your culture. You don't have your religion. You don't have nothing. You just here in most nations running around aimlessly. But once you find out that you're the people of the book, you have to go back and examine and check everything. Not only the biblical principles, but you also have to look back what happened to our people and what did happen to them. And if what happened to this people, is it prophesied anywhere? Because that was one of the questions that I've always had. Look, if the father, the person who created the Bible, the entity that created the book, right? He's all knowing. Did he not know that this was going to happen to us? I used to always ask myself that, because the way that I saw it, slavery and us being dispersed, or just slavery, let's just take slavery. That was the worst thing that I could have ever imagined. And I knew my great great grandmother, and I knew my grandmother, and of course I knew my mom. But all those people look like the people on the pictures that you'll see. So let's move on to the next point. History of a people prophesied but hidden. And for that one, hopefully I can do this right. I'm gonna see if I can get Psalms 83. And I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna throw it up. Let me know when you guys can see it. And put a one up if you can see it. And while you guys are throwing up ones, I need to check
You see
myself
it?
on something. You can see it good? Okay.
Yeah.
I need to tell me, is the background music is not too hot, is it? It's not too heavy?
No, you can barely hear it.
You can barely hear it? Okay. How's that?
Yeah, a little, just a tad bit more.
How's that?
That's good.
Okay, good. Now, y'all know I need Jesus. I tell y'all that all the time, so don't get mad at me because I'm playing a little bit of music in the background. It's jazz. It's not going to impact nobody. So let's go back to the precept 83, Psalms 83 and 8. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. Now, the thing I want to focus on is thy hidden ones. Okay. What have they done to our history and our past is that they want to continue to hide it and keep us from it because they taught us so much, but they didn't teach us everything. So, going back to the presentation, we are hidden and we have been hidden. We've recently come into the knowledge, but it was prophesied that we would be hidden. So, according to the book, no nation will go through this. No nation will go through what we went through as a people. No nation ever has it. And I'm going to go to the precept Daniel 9 and 12. Daniel 9 and 12 reads, and he hath confirmed his words which he spake against us. He was talking about us, the children of Israel, and against our judges that judged us by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven hath not been done as hath been done upon Jerusalem. So I'm going to stop right there and make a quick comment. I heard it on somebody's show who I'm not going to name that someone said that, well, he's done this to everybody. Book says, no, he has not. The book calls that person a liar because it says, I'm going to highlight it, hath not been done as hath been done upon Jerusalem. And when you look at the word Jerusalem, most of you know if you've been with us any amount of time, that Jerusalem can either mean the landmass or it could be the people. So you have not done everybody like this. So stop saying that for those who come with that narrative, right? Okay, so what we're doing is we're bringing out the truth according to the book, and that goes without saying. We don't do anything on our own accord. If you don't believe that, or if you don't trust something that we say, don't trust something that we say. I'm going to tell you right now, don't trust anything I say or anything that comes out of any man's mouth. What you do is you need to go check the book, fact check, and go check the book and make sure that what I'm saying or anybody else is saying, I don't care what YouTube channel, what they talking about. And then two, serve as a testimony against this nation. Yes, we do definitely. All of us that are living and breathing right now are a testimony against this nation, and this video will be a testament against this nation as well. And I pray that the Most High destroy this nation immediately, quick, fast, in a hurry. Provide information to our people. Now, this is a point, whereas, and this is really the what's at my heart because it's at the crux of the matter for me. And I'm learning a lot more about our history. And I didn't know a lot of the history that I even stumbled upon, right? So they've been talking about critical race theory, right? And I call it critical race fact. Okay. Because what happened, it could be divisive if you want it to be divisive, but what happened to us happened to us. I don't have to forgive you and I don't have to pray for you, right? But what happened to our people happened to our people. And our people should be passing along the information to our people so that we can know, because you guys know that in the news and in the media, what certain people have been talking about. They've been talking about Civil War II, right? So if they're talking about Civil War II, understand what Civil War One was and understand all of our history, even though they say we don't have history. Understand it. Why should you understand it? Because you need to understand it so that you know that you need to get out of their way and so that they can destroy themselves. And lastly, we're just scratching the surface and we're not going in real deep, but we're just scratching the surface. And so what I mean by that is that although you're going to see a lot of information, a lot of different pieces of information, it's up to the family to do a deeper dive than what I'm doing. I'm just saying, here's some information, here's some links, here's some thoughts, and here's some paradigms. Go with it and go attack it, right? So I'm going to jump to the next slide. Okay, so we're talking about the Civil War, so we need to frame our mind. And, at Salt of the Earth, we're big on terms and definitions. We need to get the definitions of words and terms because a lot of times we may think that we know something and we may think that we know where something comes from. So I'm going to get through these as quickly as I can. I'm going to try to get through the presentation as quickly as I can. But the first term is three-fifths compromise. Now, I know a lot of you have an understanding of what that is, but we're going to take a look. And the information that we're looking at is coming from Britannica. And please forgive all of these pop-ups and all this crazy stuff. I don't know why they have to have ads on everything. I guess everybody needs to make money, right? So hopefully everybody can see the screen and the screen's coming up okay. So the three-fifths compromise was a compromise agreement between delegates from the North and the Southern states. Mind you that when you talk about the Northern and Southern, there were two different types and groups of people, right? And most of what they were doing were power moves, but I'll continue to read. Okay, so the Constitutional Convention that three-fifths of the slave population will be counted for determining direct taxation and representation in the House of Representatives. Notice that they framed this, that three-fifths of the slave population. So what they were saying was if you had, let's say that you had 100 people, right? You would only count 35. Is that 35? That's 60. 35, three-fifths is 60. So that would be 60 people. So you wouldn't count 100 people, you would only count 60. Now, that makes sense in a way, but then in a sense it doesn't, right? And I'll read a little bit more. Many of the founding fathers acknowledged that slavery violated the ideal of liberty that was so central to the American Revolution, but because, now hold on a second. Think about that for a second. They were fighting for the same thing supposedly in the American Revolution, but they knew that this violated us. And then there's a but. But because they were committed to the sanctity of private property rights, which you guys know that we were property, the principles of the limited government and the pursuit of intersectional harmony, they were unable to take bold action against slavery. Now, I'm not going to read all of this article. I may read a little bit more. And so the whole idea of three-fifths of a human being was actually spawned out of the three-fifths compromise, right? And so it went from being three-fifths of the population to three-fifths of a human being. Now, in one fell swoop, this was definitely a power move. This was a power move by the South because if you think about it, the way that politics works is that, and it still does, is that the amount of population that you have controls your demographic, not only controls your demographic, but controls your voting block, right? And so they said, well, if we count the slaves, the South will be more powerful, right? And so it wasn't necessary. And mind you that the slaves didn't have rights to vote or nothing like that. That wasn't the case. But they said, okay, we have more slaves, the South was thinking. So because we have more slaves, we'll have more control over these political bodies. So to me, and this is my opinion, the whole three-fifths compromise was a power move by the South, right? Because and not only was it a power move by the South, it was also a way to dehumanize us as being non-human, and they can have that on record, right? And so, because when you think about it, and here's a thought. Right now, the common thread or the common thought, not thread, the common thought is that we are always 13 or 14% of this population. Now think about it. We've been that since this time, even before this time. So our population hasn't grown. And then also, what about the census? Most Israelites put a one up if you do the census, a two up if you don't. Two if you don't. I don't do the census. I haven't done the census since I know, right? So that's another way for them to control the narrative, because if we didn't have such an impact on the United States voting, and why would they be trying to change voting laws? there's probably more of us here, and I don't know that to be a fact, but there's more than likely more of us here than what they're saying, right? So that's something to keep an eye on too. The question now becomes: are they still counting us as 3/5? Right? Is that still the case? Okay, so we're going to get back to the PowerPoint, get back to the slides, and let's look up the next term. Next term is antebellum. And so antebellum, I'm sure you guys have heard this term, but it's a simple, I blew something up. I blew something up. Check that out. They didn't like me going to that. Let's try that again. Y'all saw that, right? Somebody jiggling wires.
Yeah.
Back to
Yes.
that. Go to antebellum. Okay. Came up this time. Okay, so antebellum, they keep knocking this out. Okay, so family, I'm not going to go to that. Somebody's jiggling some wires somewhere, so I'm going to kill that. But antebellum just means the time before the war. That's all it means. So when you see that term, just know that, and if you hear people talking about antebellum or antebellum slavery, they just want to go back to the time that it was. There was a group, a country group called Antebellum, and they took a lot of heat. And I think what they did was they changed their name to Lady Antebellum. But nonetheless, they knew what they were doing and they knew that what they were saying, right? So that's all that means. Okay, so now we're going to get into some not long hair stuff, but we're going to get into some of these acts that we came up with, and we're going to talk about the Fugitive Slave Acts, right? So what they did was, back in the 1700s, and this was before the Civil War, obviously. The Fugitive Slave Acts were a pair of federal laws that allow for capture and return of runaway enslaved people within the territory of the United States. Enacted by Congress in 1793, the first Fugitive Slave Act authorized local governments to seize and return escapees to their owners and impose penalties on anyone who aided in their flight. Widespread resistance in 1793 law led to the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Now, the Fugitive Slave Act in 1850 was critical as well, and we'll get into why that's critical, because now we're leading up to the point around slavery. So that's another thing I want you guys to keep in mind. I'm not going to read all of this, like I said. I'm just giving you pointers so that when you do your own research, if you decide to, you can dig even deeper than what I'm doing, right? So let's get back to the presentation. Go back. Okay, refugee. You guys have heard this term before, so I'm going to read it. And again, there's a reason why we're reading all this stuff, so that we can give you a frame of reference, because you're going to hear and see these terms over and over again. Okay, so a refugee, one that flees, especially a person who flees to a foreign country or power to escape danger or persecution. Now just imagine you have two factions, the North and the South, and both of them hate your guts. Where are you going to flee to? Where are you going to go? Don't be mistaken that this civil war was about freeing you. It had nothing to do with that. It had zero to do with that, actually. Zero. It was more or less about, you guys heard the term, follow the money. That's what it was about. It was about economics. Can I get this labor for free, or do I have to still keep paying the South what they want for it to go and break? It's basically what it was about, right? So I'm gonna move on from refugee. Okay, here's the punchline one right here. This one is the punchline. Contraband. You folks in the chat have a good idea of what contraband is, right? Contraband. I'm sure you've heard that before. It's a term that's not really used now, but I'm going to click on it and we're going to read it. Contraband. Illegal or prohibited traffic in goods. Smuggling. I'm reading number one. Persons the most bound in duty to prevent contraband. Just using it in a sense. Number two. Goods or merchandise whose importation, exportation, or possession is forbidden. So in other words, if you were a bootlegger, bootlegger back in certain times. The last one, contrabands, an enslaved person who during the American Civil War escaped to or was brought within the Union lines. Now, the Union was the North and the South was the South. So supposedly contrabands was you. You are contrabands. That's what it says right there. Slave person who during the American Civil War. Now, I'm not sure. I didn't know that. I knew we were property. Of course, I knew that. But I had no idea that this contraband's word was pertaining and pointing to us. And keep that in mind because that's going to be a critical theme as we move forward, right? Okay, then you had something also called freedmen. And freedmen were basically a person freed from slavery. So during the time of slavery, you did have folks that were actually free. And they had either, I don't know how they got free, to be honest with you. And it wasn't through no Emancipation Proclamation or anything goofy like that. Trust me, because there was no politic that worked for you or that would ever work for you because the Most High put you in this plight. So politic wasn't going to work. Politic has never worked. The Republican Democrat paradigm has never been for you. So if you still have that in your head, hopefully you get that out of your head because we know that we don't rock with the whole Republican Democrat paradigm. And speaking of emancipation, that's the next definition. Okay, so the Emancipation Proclamation was done by President Abraham Lincoln, right? And he issued a proclamation January 1st, 1863. But this was 3 years into the war, 3 years. So I'm not even going to read any more of this article. Reason why I'm not going to read any more of it, because it tells me that Lincoln, 3 years in, he if it was about slavery, if the war was about slavery, why did it take him 3 years to do a proclamation? Why didn't he do that before the war started, or when they were arguing, when they were doing their filibustering about us to begin with? Now I'm going to read this paragraph because it's critical. Although the Emancipation Proclamation did not end slavery, of course it didn't, because they fought a couple of years after that, and that was in 1863. It captured the hearts and imaginations of millions of Americans and fundamentally transformed the character of the war. Yeah, it did, but it didn't, not the way that this article is so glowingly right, and we'll get into that later. After January 1st, 1863, every advance of federal troops expanded the domain of freedom. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that too. Moreover, the proclamation announced the acceptance of black men into the Union Army and Navy, enabling the liberated to become liberators. By the end of the war, almost 200,000 black soldiers and sailors had fought for the Union and for freedom. So again, and I'm going to expound upon this 200,000 black soldiers and who else was fighting as well, but we won't hit that right now. But the narrative, and we're going to blow up the narrative right now, that, okay, my family fought in the Southern Army. My family fought in the Northern Army. So because of that, you don't deserve reparations, right? You've heard that by some. But this suggests that, okay, so what if my family was one of the 200,000 black soldiers that fought too? Mind you, they use the same narrative when they talk about welfare. Well, you people on welfare, we've been paying for welfare. Well, but we know that probably 60% of the people that are on that are Europeans, right? Different conversation. We'll save that for a different show, right? So I'm not going to read any more of this article. Here's the original documents. You guys can jump into that if you want. Have at it. I'm going to get back to this presentation. And the last bit I'm going to hit is the Reconstruction. Now, the Reconstruction is critical too because it's the time after that, right? And so what was the Reconstruction? The Reconstruction was a period after the Civil War, and attempts were made to redress the inequities of slavery, though they weren't, and its political, social, and economic legacy, and to solve the problems arising from the readmission to the Union of the 11 states. So this is laughable, but I'm reading this, and it's from Britannica. 11 states that had seceded at or before the outbreak of war, long portrayed by many historians as a time when vindictive radical Republicans fastened black supremacy upon the defeated Confederacy. Reconstruction has since the late 20th century been viewed more sympathetically. So I'm reading that, and it's funny to read. And again, I'm not going to read all of this because I only want to bring out a small snippet of it. Um, what they did was, and part of the article sheds light on this, is that uh, in the South, a politically mobilized black community joined with white allies to bring, listen very carefully, the Republican Party to power, and with it, the redefinition of the responsibilities of government. Now, I'm reading from the article, but I'm not looking at the article currently. And so what this is that this is the Republican Democrat thing in reverse, because a lot of you guys were originally aligned with the Republican Party. Now you've been pulled into the Democrat Party, and then they call you socialist, Marxist, whatever, right? They go into that and do that whole dance, right? But this just proves that yet again, that when we talk about a government or a political entity being for your turn, they've never been for your turn, because that's not what they're here for. So get that out of your mind, if that makes sense. Next slide. Okay, so now we can get into the Civil War. And typically, these questions, I'm going to ask them, and then I'm going to go to Wikipedia, and we're going to kind of answer them. But the questions are: what was it? What was the Civil War? When did it occur? Who was involved? Why did it happen? And where were your ancestors? I mean, where were your ancestors? The people who are in the chat and the folks who are on the panel. So I'm going to click on the link. We're going to take a brief look at the American Civil War, right? So between April 12, 1861 and May 9, 1865, it's called the Civil War, and also remember called the war between the states. And you've got two sides fighting. I think we've outlined that already. We've got the North, which is the Union. We got the South, which is the Confederacy. They say the central cause of war was the status of slavery. That's a lie from the pit of hell. The central cause of the war was economics. Make no mistake about it. And not only was it economics, but I always say that everything happens on the earth happens because of Israel. This was a fight over who could control Israel because of the expansion and the growth and the explosion of the whole Western paradigm, right? Because you not only had the United States that had slavery, but we were dispersed all over the earth, right? And so I always I'm sorry, fam, I get stuck when I see this 13% number. So it says here that nearly 13% were black slaves, mostly in the South. So most of the slaves were held supposedly in the South, but the North needed that cheap labor because the North was really going to be the ones that drove the Industrial Revolution. So you cannot do anything unless you have people working for you. If you have a business, right? Your business will not be able to drive and thrive unless you have people working for you. The more people that you have, I remember the number used to be, if you have a person, each person can generate, and this may be outdated now, but each person is capable of generating $100,000 worth of business. If you have 10 people at a minimum, you might be generating $1 million or more, if that makes sense, right? So moving on. The practice of slavery in the United States was one of the key political issues of the 19th century. It became political because it became a power move. It was a power move between the South. The South wanted to keep slavery because that's what they believed in, and they dehumanized us as a people. So their focus was, hey, we've got a monopoly on slavery, So we're going to keep it, and we don't care what you guys think about it, right? And so it was clearly about that, and it wasn't about anything more than that. And I'm probably not going to read anything else about this because I just wanted to frame the who's and the what's. And so the question, the other question that I had was, when did it occur? We answered that. What was it? The economic battle between the North, who wanted the free, cheap labor. And I say free because you'll see how they treated those who they were supposed to pay, or did they pay, right? You're getting free labor. Free labor is free labor. We don't care about these niggers. They don't deserve to get money. Are you kidding me? We'll get their labor and we'll beat them and we'll do whatever it is that we want to them. Who are they going to tell? Are they going to tell the government? No, they can't tell the government because my brother's running the government. So who are they going to tell? They're going to tell the military? No, well, my brother's running the military. So who are they going to tell? So we answered the question on what it was, when it occurred, who was involved, why it happened. We understand that. Question now is, where were our ancestors? And I think I mentioned it earlier. Okay, so you've got two sides fighting over you, and trust and believe when I say this, both sides are capable of brutalizing you because they had no one to answer to. So your property, keep in mind that they had fugitive laws where people would round you up. If they caught you, you were a freedman. And freedmen also got mistaken for being runaways, and they got sent back into slavery. But that's a whole nother program, right? So keep in mind that you were caught in between that. You were not only a refugee, but you had nobody to stand up for you, because now you've got all of these people that have been, because of the war, their plantations were destroyed or taken over or whatever, and they were just left to fend for themselves. And the South, what the South used to do, the South would catch you and they would just kill you. Some would bring you back, some wouldn't. You would just be dead on arrival where you stand. So now imagine that for men. Men can handle certain things, and I'll say this: women can too. I'm not gonna slide our women, because our women are very, very strong, very strong. We had a woman create and lead us through the Underground Railroad, so you can't tell me nothing about our black women. Our black women are our backbone, right? So, having said that, let's move on to. So, no, let me make this point perfectly clear. Our ancestors were going through it. They had nowhere to run to. They had no protection. They didn't have food. They had no way to buy anything. And not only that, but they also had children. Imagine that. You got a family, if you weren't separated from your family, but you got little children, babies that you have to deal with. While these factions decide that they want to fight over you to see who controls you. That should sound familiar, right? But I digress. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so contraband camps. I had to scratch that out and call them concentration camps, because that's what they called them back then. They called them contraband camps, but in reality, they were the original concentration camps. Now, one could make the case that the Native Americans were put in concentration camps, but that's not so, because the difference between what happened to us and what happened to them is the fact that we weren't we weren't given large acres of land to keep. Big difference. We may have been offered something, we may have been given something for a short time, but we never got to keep it. So they are called contraband. When you get a moment, you guys look up contraband camps. I crossed that out for a reason, because they try to make it seem like basically a contraband camp is a property camp, because you were property. They put you in this camp, but in reality, they were concentration camps. Bible says that what happened to Jerusalem wouldn't happen to anyone else. Okay, so who was involved? Now, the concentration camps were run by the North. And typically what would happen is if a plantation owner ran from their land or gave up their land, left everybody there or whatever, then the Northern Army would come in and probably take over that spot. They would take over that spot, take over the land, and they would be in control of that land, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Oxford Research Encyclopedia, right? And we're going to take a look. We're going to attempt to answer, those questions. Who was involved? Why did it happen? And then the last part, all Israelite hands on deck. All Israelite hands on deck. Okay, so this is coming from Oxford. You guys heard of Oxford before, right? I'm sure you have. Big organization. So I didn't make up contraband camps. I just found out about contraband camps as I was doing my research on something else. So contraband / concentration camps and the African American refugee experience during the Civil War. So it wasn't just one, it was a bunch of them. We'll get into that too, because you'll be able to see that in a moment. In May 1861, 3 enslaved men who were determined not to be separated from their families ran to Fort Monroe, Virginia. Their flight led to the phenomena of Civil War contraband camps. The phenomena. Put a one up if you never heard of contraband camps before, concentration camps. Can the family please do that for me, please? Because I never heard of this. This is new to me. I mean, you mean to tell me that we've been in concentration camps before? They call them contraband camps, but what's the difference between a contraband camp and a concentration camp? Actually, I should have left it as contraband camp, because this was probably worse than a concentration camp. And you'll see why. Okay, so responding to the interplay between the action of former slaves who fled to the camps, Republican legislation and policy, military orders, and real conditions of the ground, the Army improvised. So basically, they just said, okay, when they went in and took over an area, they said, okay, we're just going to put you over there. We'll fence you in, and don't worry about food, clothing, and shelter, and water, and your basic necessities, because you're not going to get any of that, because we don't care about you guys like that. We never have. Now, mind you, this is the Union Army. It wasn't the Southern Army. It was the Union Army, right? So neither were for your term, but let's continue. They also gained the protection of the Union Army, and sure they were. Let's back up a little bit. In the contraband camps, former slaves endured overcrowding, food, clothing shortages, poor sanitary conditions, and constant danger. There was constant danger of the Union Army giving them back to the South for payment, because that fugitive thing was still going on. So you had those people trying to make a buck. Some of the Army men probably was like, hey, you know what? Hey, Tim and Bob, man, if we take some of these and we can probably give them to Jim Bob over there, that plantation down the way over there, and we can make a couple of shekels for it. Yeah, sure, let's do that. So there's plenty of that going on, tons of that going on. And then they talk about the social life. I'm going to skip by that. And here's what I want you guys to look at too. So I didn't get all of my keywords from here, but there was re-enslavement of, like I talked about, there was definitely re-enslavement of our people who were free. And they were put back into chains and then sent off back to enslavement, right? There's a important part of this article that I want to get to. And so here's a picture, and I think I use this picture because it's a fascinating picture of our people. And you guys look closely, look at their eyes and look at them. I'm sure they probably look like some of your relatives. I know they look like some of my relatives. The approximate numbers and locations. Okay, so this project, the SSP, they said that estimated at least 474,000 African Americans labored, look at this, labored for the Union. Okay, so you had, let's round it up to a 500,000, right? 500,000. 500,000 African Americans labored for the Union. Question: was that just man? Was that man and woman? Was that man, woman, child? Was that man, woman, child, baby? Good question, Brother Cleo. Good question. You remember what I said about all hands on deck? It was all hands on deck. The exact number of camps is also impossible to ascertain. That's not true. They have the information. Definitely have the information to that. But we're going to take a look at a map, right? And these are some of the ones that they had, and they're obviously not listing all of them. You can look at this map. It stretched from Maryland. They had them here in Virginia, East Coast, this area here, Roanoke, all the way down South Carolina. They skipped South Carolina for some crazy reason, but definitely had, I'm sure North Carolina and South Carolina had theirs. You got some other maps over here where they're talking about Virginia in detail. And so we don't have to name them all or go into them all. I mean, I could open up a tab and we can look at the map individually. There's one in particular that I want to look at. I want to feature that, and then we'll get back to that. Is it on this map? Okay, so this is the blow-up map of Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and here you can see a bunch of them. These are concentration camp, folks. How many concentration camps did the Fuse have to go into when supposedly 6 million of them went into what they went into, which it wasn't 6 million, because we know that's a lie, but this is not about them. This is about us. So take a look at these, and I'm sure some of you guys are familiar with these areas, but again, these were where they held our people and they put our people to work. So you went from the frying pan being in slavery to you're still in slavery, but now you have no you have no covering, you have no home, you have no food, you've got children, and so you're trying to run to the Northern Army, and the Northern Army is like, okay, you guys stand over there. We're not going to take care of you, but just stand over there. Now, there's one camp in particular we're going to focus on, is this Natchez camp. Natchez. And it's listed here. I didn't make this up. I didn't create this map. Could have, but did. Natchez, Mississippi. Contraband camp. Contraband camps and leased plantations near Memphis. Contraband camps and leased plantations near Vicksburg. So somebody was leasing them and putting you back to work for pennies on the dollar, right? Because you guys wasn't making no money. Why? If I was a former slave owner, or if I owned slaves, or if I had a plantation, what would possess me to pay you? Why would I pay you, give you anything? Psst, man, it's my money. How Debo said, I got about $200. My man's wasn't getting nothing. That's Debo's money. Point blank, period. Okay, so there's more good information here. I want to skip down to there's a point here that I want to make. No refugees from slavery should be sent back, but neither should the human army entice slaves to flee to their owners. You still was between a rock and a hard place, you former slaves. And the Freedmen Act and none of those acts was it going to do anything. The Emancipation Proclamation didn't do anything for you either. Now, here's what I want to get to: the conditions of the camps. The men and women and children in contraband camps typically, notice, the men, women, and children, right, in contraband camps typically arrived after having made risky escapes. Some had fled with possessions, frying pans, rowboats, and livestock. How could you flee with a rowboat is beyond me, but maybe they did do that. Some of this is questionable, but it is what it is. Compounded by shortages in wartime, Confederacy, and by sometimes going for days without food or shelter as they made their escape. basic humanitarian need was the most fundamental aspect of the concentration camp or contraband camp experience. So, again, family, your brother Cleo didn't invent contraband camps, and I hope I'm not being labeled as divisive for bringing this to your attention, but this is nothing more than a fancy name for a concentration camp. Now imagine being in a concentration camp right during the Civil War and after. Imagine that and what you went through, what you were going through as a people. Okay, I don't believe they were giving them food, but this is about some of the food that they ate. Disruption, check this out. Disrupted supply lines impeded food distribution. And when food shortages hit, the army fed the soldiers before the free people. These people weren't free. Trust and believe that. How could you say they were free and then you put them in a camp and then you have them over here saying, okay, you guys can just stay over here? These people left with the clothing on their back. Moreover, clothing wears out, and so it was not long before free people's garments became tatters. You're just man. African American men could wear cast off Union soldiers' uniforms, but there was no such supply of clothing for women and children. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No clothing, no nothing. We were just out there. Here's a picture of one. Have teepees in. That's kind of interesting. They got put them in teepees and let them live like that. That was wow. Wow. And others, especially longer established camps, eventually got their feet under them and built more permanent housing. Yeah, sure they did. Risk and dangers. All settlements from lovingly tended town square to haphazard assortments of blankets on the ground were vulnerable to the terrible sanitary conditions that come with overcrowding and hasty assembling of shelters in a war zone. They were in the middle of a war between two wicked, evil wings of an evil, wicked bird. Illnesses, poor draining, disease carrier mosquitoes, overcrowding, cold, hungry, flooding, sickness, all kind of crazy sicknesses. Yellow fever. I mean, you name it. During this time, they got the whole kitchen sink threw at them and then some. And guess what? We still here. Imagine that. We had this whole thing thrown at us and we still here. But the doctors, there were awful doctors too. To take one example, in Alexandria, a callous physician threatened to confine all orphan children in a smallpox hospital. I mean, we can't even get treated right by the hospitals. Does that sound familiar, family? Or does it sound familiar, family? Doesn't seem like anything's changed, does it? Doesn't seem like. Anyway, here's the part. Here's the most interesting part, and this is going to labor, right? Okay, so once black men were admitted into the Union Army, the contraband camps functioned as instant recruiting stations. So this was their way of tilting the balance of power, right? Because I'm going to say this, there's not a war that the United States has won they would have won without the Israelites. Not one. You name one war that you competed in, and I'll put my people there, and I'll put my people at the head of the class and at the front line and say that, you know what? Y'all won this because of us. I'll read it again. The contributions of black soldiers to Union victory have been well documented. So it's not just me tooting our horn, because I know these men were valiant and I know they were heroes. Every one of them were heroes. This young man looked like he about 16 years old right here, but that's another conversation, right? No, it's going to be a part of the conversation here. Okay, so I'm going to go right here. Okay, so here. Let's start right here. They grew cash crops to sell and fill the federal coffers, especially in Carolina, Low Country, and Mississippi Valley on farms or plantations leased by the U.S. government to usually white lessees who were supposed to compensate the free people in either wages or shares of crop. Women did laundry for Union soldiers and Union hospitals. Some also labored in less obvious ways. So they were doing this at all of these concentration camps, not just one. Okay. Some also labored in less obvious ways, such as the women on Craney Island who repaired 5,000 feed bags to help keep Army livestock fed. So many were nurses in Union hospitals that the War Department maintained a multi-volume registry of black nurses labeled colored women under contract. How many of y'all had heard of that before this? Two names in that register belonged to Martha and Albert Poole, who had scooped up their young son Benjamin and ran away from their owner to work in the Union hospital. Okay, here's the punchline, boys and girls. This is the ones you guys have been waiting for. Drum roll, please. Labor was supposed to be paid, but wages were frequently delayed for months. So you was working all this time. They promised you they was going to put some money in your pocket. It never did. And sometimes never came at all. In late 1862, a Boston philanthropist visited Fort Monroe and reported back to the War Department. Mind you, this is the government, the United States government, that the free people working in the hospitals in and around the fort were owed $33,495.41 in wages. The following summer, the workers remained unpaid. So a whole year, they still hadn't got paid yet. And the War Department had lost the payroll. Okay, so you a couple of years in, and then you magically delicious like Lucky Charms lose the payroll. How did that happen? Paid or unpaid, labor was not always voluntary. In other words, you're still a slave. You're not getting paid. So what's the difference? Tell me what the difference is. Can anybody tell me what the difference is? If you're getting paid for your labor, then okay, you're still a slave. They're still gonna work you 20 hours a day. Black men and women regularly spy for the Union Army and probably did great things. That's probably where your original 007 came from, I'm sure. Check this out, though. When I said all hands on deck, y'all thought I was joking, right? Even children spied. A young boy named Charlie made 3 risky trips through Northern Carolina and brought back intelligence about the Confederate encampments and river crossings. Charlie, a 14-year-old 007, getting busy giving intel. Imagine that. Yo, they never talk about Charlie. Somebody need to do an IP on Charlie. That's big right there. Because even when I said the phrase all hands on deck, right? It was all hands on deck. It was everybody. The men, the women, and the children had to work without pay. All of them. Nobody was getting by. All hands on deck. Imagine now if you had a nation that you were trying to build, and you said that, okay, we need everybody to be participating. We need everybody to be involved. Is that not all hands on deck? Or I just made something up? It's no different than now. Now we need, as our nation, we need all hands on deck. We do. Everybody needs to play their role and stay in their lane and do. Next slide. Okay. I told you guys Natchez, Mississippi. Natchez, Mississippi was the concentration death camp, because that's what it was, Devil's Punch Bowl. And I know y'all heard of Devil's Punch Bowl, but how many of y'all knew that it was an actual contraband camp? And we saw the map, so they can't run from that. They can't escape that. So I'm going to click on this link, and we're going to go see what, for those of you who don't know what the Devil's Punch Bowl was, can understand what that was. Our people have been through it. That precept that we read earlier, and this is just in this little bit of time since we've been here. This is just a little slice out of our history. Just a little bit. What does the headline say? How 20,000 blacks died through starvation and overwork in the Devil's Punch Bowl labor camp in Mississippi. 20,000. 20,000. Mind you, they had these death camps all over the United States. Wasn't in one spot. And who was running them? The North, the Union Army. In America's checkered history, the South is regarded as the more villainous on account of their treatment of enslaved blacks. In great lengths, it went to recapture slaves who attempted running away to freedom. But the North proved that on its own account, it was as vile, thanks to the fate that befell supposed free blacks in Natchez, Mississippi, 1860. America is supposed to be the land of free and great opportunity, but its own, see, they brought it out, its own concentration camp, which some estimate claimed 20,000 black lives. Now I'm going to stop right there. I don't have to read anymore. There's more information on it. There's a cemetery, and there's even a video on one of these links. There's the pictures of where it is, because there's a large. The way that Devil's Punch Bowl was, they fenced off an area, but right close to the area there was this ravine and where it dropped off, and a lot of people actually dropped off in here and were just died in here. But in here, in this area grows, it's real like Indiana Jones-ish. People say that in that river, the river, if you could see it, we can't see it here, but where the bluffs are, the river comes up to it. But there's peaches that grow in here, but nobody eats these peaches because they know what it was grown with. And so I'm not going to read all of that. I just brought that article up to point to that. Yes, the Devil's Punch Bowl was indeed one of these concentration camps. Now, again, the concentration camp was something that the North controlled, and it was typically where they had their forts or where large plantations were shut down. So the Union Army and the Union and the North, here's Brother Phil did this video a while back. You guys may want to check it out. The Union Army and the U.S. government is complicit and implicit in this as well. I think I have another link to Devil's Punch Bowl. There was something in there that I kind of wanted to hit on, so I'm going to go there as well. Devil's Punch Bowl, an American concentration camp so horrific, it was erased from history. Mind you, this was not the only one, though. They had a number of them. There's a closely guarded secret that has been deliberately buried by mainstream media and historians. After the Civil War and during the war, millions of free black people, millions of Israelites were funneled into concentration camps in America and killed through forced starvation and overwork. We helped them win the war. They promised to pay us, and they never got us our money. Never did. Ever. So they decided to build an encampment for them at Devil's Punch Bowl, which they walled off and wouldn't let them out. The Northern Army walled it off and would not let them out, nor was they giving them food. And there's a documentary on it. If you guys want to watch that, you can. I just had that up there to bring it out. And again, it's not your brother saying this. This is what's out there in the interweb, right? Okay, so Reconstruction. You guys should know what Reconstruction is, right? So the locations, each one of these black dots represents a camp of some sort, right? That you're looking at. But I'm going to go to the site and we're going to drill down because the site has some very interesting information. So I'm going to go there. Excuse me. Let me have a drink of something right quick. Hold on. Okay, so mapping the occupation, force, freedom, and the Army of Reconstruction. So after they had their fun shooting guns at each other, mind you that they say that we wasn't fighting in the Confederate Army. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. There's no way on earth that I believe that. I know they had us fighting in the North. We could prove that. But they say that we wasn't fighting for the Southern Army. I don't believe that. They had us fighting on both ways. There's not a war that they've had here that we haven't fought in. Okay, so from the start of the Civil War through the 1870s, the U.S. Army remained the key institution that newly freed people in the South could access as they tried to defend their rights. And again, what did it say? Who was the key culprit? The key culprit was the Northern Army, was the North, was the Union Army. So look at all of these outposts. Some of them have troops, some of them don't. I could zoom in on this and then we can get real granular and it gets even more. Every dot represents a place where your people were held. Every dot, even the small ones. They had us captive. It's amazing, isn't it? All them dots. Now, there's a legend here. The bigger dots had greater than 5,000, and we're talking about troops. And then it went all the way down to whatever, right? So, but just imagine that each one of these dots represents one of our ancestors being held against their will or on their way to leaving here, going on to the sweet by and by, or Abraham's bosom, which is much better than this place, but I digress, right? But look at this, though. Look at this map. It's like, wow, are you serious? Does it really? Did they even have this many slaves? Which is another question, right? Let's go down to the next part. Talks about, and this is a good site if you want to really do a deep dive, because the next part talks about situation and at surrender, and it gets into some real good information, and then it gets into the black troop, where black troops were, and the black cavalry versus the white troops, and the purple are the black cavalry, the yellow are the regular cavalry, and then the purple are again, that's black cavalry. So there was black cavalry, but more than likely that's at Vicksburg. Check that out. Then look at that right there. I don't know how I did that, and I didn't plan on this, but look at that right there. Natchez, Mississippi. Look at that. How that came up. That's the most high right there. So I didn't plan that, but look at Natchez right there. Natchez is where 20,000 of us died. But they had them spread out everywhere, fam. Had them spread out everywhere. So I'm not going to read any of this stuff. I just had that to show you how big and pervasive the whole thing was, because our people weren't in one location. They were fighting everywhere. So everywhere that they were fighting, we were fragmented and spread out and scattered, right? Okay, I need to keep hustling, so I'm going to keep hustling. Okay. Check this out, fam. Now, I said on one of the shows that I did, I don't remember which one, but this is the curious case of the Port Royal experiment. And what this is that this is for them to watch and document you. And without getting into much of it, let's look at the questions first, and then we'll answer these questions. What was it? When did it occur? Who was involved? And we'll look at Port Royal then, and then Port Royal now. But I'm going to go to the Port Royal experiment, and then we're going to look at that. So the Port Royal experiment, and this is brought to you by Wikipedia. Here's a location of it right here in this area here. Let me get my cursor bugged out. So the Port Royal experiment was a program begun during the American Civil War in which former slaves successfully worked on the land abandoned by planters. In 1861, the Union captured the Sea Islands off the coast of South Carolina in their main harbor, Port Royal. The white residents, they booked. They said, man, we out of here. Leaving behind 10,000 black slaves, which was I believe, commonplace according to my research. Several private northern charities, sure they did, stepped in to help former slaves become, check this out, self-sufficient. Right? So the experiment was, okay, they kind of have a slant with the Wikipedia, but the experiment was this. Let's put these Negroes to work and let's have them work the land, but let's see if they can become self-sufficient and let's document it, right? And so that's what they did. And it was successful. It made a lot of sense, and they also did schools and whatnot, but it was successful. But this wicked entity stopped it after Lincoln was assassinated. Now, Andrew Johnson, for those you have the last name Johnson, it could have been this guy who's was the slave owner, because that's why you have the last name, because you were given not necessarily because of rape, but because of the fact that your slave owner had the last name Johnson. Therefore, you took on his last name because you were his contraband, i.e., you were his property. But this dude, Andrew Johnson was a wicked entity. He was. Look at it, trying to figure out who he looks like. He looked like he related to the Bushes, but that's a whole different conversation. So he ended the experiment, and what did he do? Returning the land to its previous owners. Okay, why are you laughing? Because hey, that's just what they did. They could do whatever they want because uh, there was no punishment for anything that they did. Who's going to punish them? Nobody. Nobody at all. Okay, so let's look at that other link. That other link had something good in there that I want to think. Okay, so this is another article, and I need to zoom in on it a little bit for you guys. The Port Royal Experiment, 1862 to 1865. Mind you, that this was in the middle of the Civil War. Port Royal Experiment is the first major attempt by Northerners to reconstruct the Southern political and economic system. Began only several months after the firing of Fort Sumter, right? 10,000 slaves as the Confederate Army and white plantation owners fled. So what they did was, this is not true, but African American field hands harvested approximately 900,000 pounds of crop. The workers were paid $1 for every 400 pounds. Wow, this is a rip, isn't it? Every 400 pounds that you harvested, you only got one biscuit. One. So if I take this number and divide it by that, that's all the money that they paid out. 400 divided by 90,000, over 10,000 people. And that's just probably just the men. You have women and children there too. What kind of ripoff is this? And I'm not even talking about what the money was worth back then. That's irrelevant. It's a ripoff. So that's a crying shame. They also had schools, as I mentioned earlier. And here's the kicker. In 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued a new land redistribution policies that allowed nearly 40,000 acres of abandoned Confederate plantations to be divided among 16,000 families of the African race. The free people were to purchase the land at $1.25 per acre. Wow. Man, I think everybody, the folks on this in the chat, we could get that 40,000 acres right there with the folks that we got in the chat at $1.25, right? And still have some money left over to buy TD Stakes a jet, or was that Creflo dollar bill? I forget which one. Anyway, also immediately local blacks bought about 2,000 acres of land. Here's the kicker, though. This was for families of the African race, 40,000 acres, and yet white Northerners also purchased land. I'm done. That's the end of that article. I just want you to see that, but I want you to see this last part. It was the death of President Abraham Lincoln in April 1865, however, that ended momentum for the experiment. The new president, Andrew Johnson, I told you he was a wicked entity, was determined to restore all lands back to their previous white owners. In the summer of 1865, he ordered Brigadier General Rufus Saxton to begin that process. Nonetheless, not all white owners returned, and thousands of black landowners and their descendants continued to farm the land well into the 20th century. Okay, so they did the old, here are your 40 acres. You get 40 acres and a mule. Oh, oops, nope. We taking it back. You don't get no 40 acres and a mule. You get a swift kick in your rear. Okay, so now, so we should have covered what it was. We have that understanding. When did it occur? It occurred during the Civil War time, of course, and we understand who was involved. It was your government, and it was an experiment. Now, the reason why I included this was because I want to remind everybody that they have been watching and collecting and peering down over you since your inception. They were actually watching you everywhere you go. Now, it's not by accident. And it's actually, I hate to make anything spiritual these days because you guys are going to flog me or throw tomatoes at me. But This is more spiritual than anything else, why these people act the way that they do. It has nothing to do with skin color. It doesn't. I'm convinced of that. Book says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, principalities, and rulers. You think these powers and principalities and rulers are upset with Mashiach? Or they think about Mashiach? Look at him. This dude think he's something. And he look like us. He think he's something. Mashiach, psh, man, that dude is a trip. Anyway, so let's take a look at Port Royal then, and then we'll take a look at Port Royal now. As soon as I can get my, let's take a look at Port Royal then. We'll do a quick trip down. They've been watching you and they've been collecting data on you. Everything you say and do. That's why be careful about your social media, because that's a dossier. Okay, so this is, keep this in mind, Hilton Head. Remember that. Remember Hilton Head. Okay, so this is what it looked like, right? And you've seen this picture before. Those are people, right? There's the cotton that they were growing. And of course, the Civil War was popping off. And I like how they have this timeline here. They got this crook. And Father, I hope he didn't touch these babies. And I'm going to leave it like that. Then you got this lion crook who set up the experiment, who was part of the experiment. And here's the curious thing. Back that they should have the formerly enslaved reporting back that they should have wages, better food, and education. They should have wages. Them people wasn't getting paid. Why would they didn't have the employment opportunity, the EEOC, the Employment Opportunity Commission, whatever you call that. You guys got one in your state. They didn't have that back then for these people. Here's an interesting thing though. The first African Baptist Church was founded with 120 members and led by Reverend Abraham Murchison, a freed, literate, formerly enslaved person from Savannah. So he's a long way from the house, but yeah, he's from Georgia. And here's some more pictures. So I'm giving you reason. I'm showing you this for a reason, and I want you to remember Hilton Head, right? Picture of our beautiful, esteemed, beloved. Giving you a visuals of what it looked like back then, right? And then this is how it looked during the decline and after that wicked entity Andrew Jackson says, oh nah, we can't have these niggers be self-sufficient, because if these niggers ever get on their feet, they're gonna overrun us. Trust and believe they thought that. Now, we got an idea of what it looked like back then. And more than likely, they took the land and kicked us out and said, okay, you guys got to go, like Andrew Jackson that said, give the land back to its rightful owner. So now let's look at Port Royal now. What do we got there? What do you guys think is there now? I gave you guys a clue when I said Hilton Head, right? Here's the Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Take that in, family, while I drink on this tea. That's Hilton Head. Check that out. Oh, golf. Oh, did you know that in golf, the PGA tournament is hosted at Hilton Head? You guys didn't know that, did you? Golf is one of their favorite pastimes, walking around hitting a little white ball with a stick, chasing it around. I mean, yeah. Any rate, let's get back to the get back. Okay. This dude was one of the people at the experiment place that we just looked at. And I have this title, Slave, Common Theme, Intellectual Property, IP Theft. This dude was William Francis. He was one of the teachers at that experiment camp, right? And I'll click on his link just because I have it set up. So he's responsible for creating the slave songs. I'm not going to read who he was because he's actually totally irrelevant. He's Harvard trained, but Harvard must train crooks because this dude was a thieving, lying robber because the slave songs were a collection of African American music consisting of 136 songs published in 1867. Okay, so how was he able to publish slave songs? Well, number one, he wasn't a slave. I'm sure he couldn't hold a tune. And yet, this book that he produced, Slave Songs of the United States, got his name on it and got these two other thieves on it. And guess what? You can still purchase this book. You can still purchase it. How is this dude getting credit for this IP when he didn't create it? But he's getting credit for it. How did that happen, fam? Can you guys explain that to me? How this dude? Well, again, you had no covering. You had nobody speaking for you. Who were you gonna report it to? You would have went to the patent office and you would have been that pick a nigga for that day because they would have lynched you running up talking about, oh yeah, he stole our songs. So you had a ton of that going on all day. And I always say this, Eli Whitney did not invent the cotton gin. Who was that liar that said that he discovered electricity by going out and flying a kite? Was that Thomas Edison? Do you think that he would have went out flying a kite, or would he have had somebody that looked like me go out and get electrocuted talking about you flying a kite? Come on, fam. Get that out your mind. Get that all the way out your mind. Next slide. Okay, so the government role. Now I get to start pointing fingers like we always do. We always like to point fingers at this wicked nation for all the evil that they've done. Not so that we could be hateful, not that we can cause dissent, because this nation's always been divided. Only thing I'm doing is I'm looking back in history and I'm saying, okay, let me uncover some of this information that's out there because we got the interweb. Surely I want to understand what was going on during the Civil War, and trust and believe it was crazy for our people, our ancestors. Wow. Hats off to the Israelites still being here to disperse. Hats off to y'all because y'all still here. Dred Scott. Most of you guys have heard about Dred Scott. There's a reason why I'm bringing up Dred Scott, right? Dred Scott, no whites, and this is really the only reason why I'm bringing it up, no rights which the white man is bound to respect. In March of 1857, Chief Justice Roger Taney issued his majority opinion in the case of Scott versus Sanford. And we know about Dred Scott. We know about what that was. The case concerned the legal condition of Dred Scott, who had been held as a slave in Missouri before traveling with his owner to Wisconsin and then returning to Missouri. Because of slavery was outlawed in the Northwest Territory, Scott claimed that his time in Wisconsin had effectuated his legal emancipation. Having been free, he could no longer be held as a slave. When he filed his case in the Missouri courts in 1846, he was on good legal footing. Decades of legal precedent suggest that erstwhile slaves conveyed to the Northwest Territories by their owners would be held to be legally free. But what wind up happening, I'm not going to read all of this. What wind up happening is that wicked entity wind up saying no rights which the white man was bound to respect. No rights which the white man was bound to respect. Okay? There were all kinds of broken promises to our people. And you could look at this dude. This looks like Lincoln, and he got on that crazy Uncle Sam get up. With the striped pants, he got on a black tuxedo jacket with. Anyway, he looked dumb as hell. But check this out, though. Look at this. You got one brother that's been slain. You got another brother reaching to the government for help. Like he's saying, "Oh, help me, massa, government, Uncle Sam, Lincoln, help me." While this one getting ready to hit him with a right, this one coming over the top, Star Spangled Banner left, and he holding his other hand while the other one pulling on him. He about to be slayed too. So you had a ton of broken promises, broken dreams, broken laws, stuff that they said the government said that they was going to do and they never did do. The Freedmen Act was another one. What did they say they was going to do? They was going to provide food, water, shelter, medicine, all of this stuff. Did they do it? No. They wouldn't do that for you. Why would they do it? Why? What would compel them to do anything for you knowing what they know about you? Why? What would compel them to even, and this is from the United States Senate, senate.gov. Why would they do anything for you? Why? Out of the goodness of their heart? Oh, okay. Maybe that was it, the goodness of their heart. Okay. The Northern Army had the same hatred as the Southern Army. Let's get that fact into your mind. Now, here's what I didn't research, and maybe some of you can do it. The last point in here is the Hegelian dialectic was prominently at work, that's for sure. It was definitely at work, but here's the thing. Who was funding both sides? Who was the invisible hand, right? There's always an invisible hand that you don't see. So we need to get to the bottom of that. Maybe some of the family can share that with me. I'm looking forward to learning who that was because that wasn't part of my research. Okay, now the next question. Where was the church? Church folk, where was you at? Oh, I know what it was. The curse of Ham. The curse of Ham, that's it. Oh, the curse of Ham. What's the curse of Ham? Well, this is coming from one of their own sites, the Journal of Southern Religion. And I started doing another dive for another presentation that we're going to do, and we'll leave that on the table. But basically, what they're saying out of their own words is that original dishonor, Noah's curse. Let me zoom in on that for you, family. I'm sorry. Zoom in on that. Okay. Original dishonor, Noah's curse, and the Southern defense of slavery. So, even though Noah said, "Cursed be Canaan" or Canaan, depending on where you live, tomato, this entity was cursed, not Ham. Okay, so this was part of their justification. While it is widely acknowledged that the so-called curse of Ham was the religious rationale, I'm glad they said that, for slavery utilized most often by antebellum, you guys know what antebellum is now, Southerners' scholarship has failed to penetrate the depths of curses. And this is whose perception? This is America's perception. So when you hear the term white Christian nationalist or Christian nationalist, you know that it comes from the pit of hell, which this religion is. And so I'm not going to read the whole article, of course. There's a lot of good information here, viewing the history and its interpretation. There's a lot of good history here, but I'm not going to go into that. I was just using that to make the point of, church, where were you? Because I do have some questions. I'll get to the questions. Okay, so we always hear other people telling us to love and to love your neighbor. We hear that all the time. Where was their love for us? Where was it? And then I'll ask the question. I'm not even going to answer this, but what did HaMashiach say? What did he say? If you do to the least one of these, did he not say that? Church, where were you? And then if you look at this graphic, dude is with the white league. This dude represents the KKK. So you got the North and the South. You got somebody being lynched on the tree. You got some people being slain here. A man with his wife and his child, one of our people. And then right here it says worse than slavery. This time period after slavery was worse than slavery. Believe it or not, fam, it was. It was. Slavery was a trip, mind you. I'm not saying that slavery wasn't a trip, but wow, what our ancestors had to endure was absolutely crazy. Now, how we can get to the good part? Because there is good news. It's not all bad news. It's some good news. Now we done with the with all the bad stuff. Okay, brother Cleo, you a harbinger. No, I'm not. I just want you guys to get good information. So the good to come. Well, we always banter this precept around. More sure word of prophecy. So, fam, we got that to look forward to. I'm going to go to 2 Peter 1:19. And hopefully you guys can see it because it reads, we have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto you do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place, until the day dawn and the day star rise in your heart. So don't let anybody tell you anything differently. We have the book and we have prophecy, and we are living and breathing prophecy as we walk and live and breathe, because what was done to us was written, and you guys have the precepts. You guys know the precepts. I don't have to tell you. Now, the second point is a dossier on everyone. Revelation 20, 12, and 13. I'm going to go to that and I'm going to read that. There is a dossier on everybody. Everybody here. Nobody going to get by. Not even me. I can't get by. And I'm going to read Revelation 20, 12, and 13. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before the Most High. And the books were open. See, there's books. He got books somewhere that he been recording. And another book was open, which is the book of life. So there's some books over here. Then there's the book of life. Right? And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the book. And here's the kicker. They were judged according to their works. So when the book says faith without works is dead, what you going to be judged by? Judged because you saved? Judged because you said some magical whispering that says, oh yeah, I believe in Mashiach, so I'm good money. Book says you're a liar with that, because the book says according to the works. Verse 13, and the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works. Okay, so that means that the Father's got a dossier. He got the books, he said, on everybody. So these heathens that were doing this, they're not going to get by. Even though some of them is burning in hell right now, they're not going to get by. Okay, so going forward, fam. Going forward, we need to repent. We do. We need to repent. We definitely need to repent. I need to be repenting daily of the foolishness that I do. But I'm going to read 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and will heal their land. The Most High is listening to us right now. He's listening to us. He see us. He see everything that they doing now. They talking about no critical race theory, killing our people in the streets, constantly lying on us, constantly cheating, been stealing from us all this time. He got a record of it. But we need to do our part. Okay, we do our part and get out of the way. And what I mean, you guys know what I mean by that. Get out of the way. Don't get in his way. Now, this is also going to be important. Call to mind the promises. Deuteronomy 30:1-3 is powerful. Powerful. And I'm going to read it. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 1-3. And it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessings and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind. So in other words, we had the blessings at one time. We done been through the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind, which is what we're doing right now. Everybody who's on this chat, everybody who's talking about the Israelite, you call them to mind. Call this to mind, like he said. Shall call them to mind among all nations, whether the Most High thy Elohim hath scattered, hath driven thee. Verse 2, and shalt return unto thy Elohim, thy father, and shall obey his voice according to all that I commanded thee this day, and thou and thy children with all thy heart and all thy soul, and that then Most High thy Elohim will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whether the Most High had scattered thee. So, call to mind. He says, call to mind. What are you calling to mind, fam? You call to mind the promises in Deuteronomy 28, 1 through 14. Now, I'm not going to read them, but I'll start reading a few of them. So the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21, verse 1, it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently, in other words, we're going back to hearken diligently to the Father, because he told us that we will be doing this. And all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of thy Elohim. Blessed shall thou be in the city. And you guys know these precepts. I'm not going to read them, but you guys know them. So in other words, it's time for us to start looking for this, fam. This is where we at. This is where we are in time. This is where we at in prophecy. So this is the last slide. This is my closing comments. Look for redemption and restoration, fam. You don't have to look at the heathen. You don't have to look at anybody. Just look for the Most High to do his thing, because he's doing his thing right now. Right? Okay, point 2. Stop talking and explaining. In other words, that's a two-pronged statement. Stop talking. When I say by stop talking, there's no reason for us to explain to anyone who we are and what we've gone through, and that we are the people of the book. We got the Morse word of prophecy, and we have our history since we've been here. You put both of your hands together and look at them. It's like you both hands fit the same. That's us in the book. We fit the same. So stop talking and try to explain yourself to somebody. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that at all, because you are the people of the book. So if you are the people of the book, let's start living like it and moving like it. Next point, build something tangible with like minds. In other words, right now is the greatest opportunity for you, the greatest opportunity that you have ever had. The book says the head's going to become the tail is going to become the head. What does that mean? If I go to Genesis 15, 12 through 13 through 15, books say you're going to leave with great substance, great possessions. Okay? Start building something tangible, not just talking, doing. Build something. It doesn't matter what. Book says, "Where two or more gathered in my name, there I'll be in the midst." Two people that have the same, like you have a like mind, you enjoy something, go do it. It's the greatest time in history. And lastly, become the head and not the tail. That's what we're on our way to. I'm going to read from the Beloved this quote. Every great dream, our beloved Harriet Tubman, our sister, Underground Railroad. Our sisters always have been dominant, and they always will be. The baddest on the earth is our sisters. That's just where I'm at with it. All right, and I'm not gonna keep going into it. But every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion to reach for the stars to change the world. And that was from our beloved sister Harriet Tubman. And with that, fam, I am done. There's a lot of information, a lot of links. I wasn't going to go through everything, but that's it. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your joining in with me. And what's going on with the crowd? Let me get into the chat. Brother, you around?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. No doubt.
Stop sharing.
I got a lot of links popped up here because as you was going, I was looking up a lot of different things, like critical. What was this? Critical race theory.
Critical race theory. Yeah.
I was looking up
that's
the
a bad word
antebellum.
for Christians.
Antebellum.
That's a cuss word for them.
I was looking up the Emancipation Proclamation. One thing that's interesting about that is that even after, so technically, let me see if I do the math. 80 years after 1863, that would be 80 years after would be 1943. All right, so 80 years after, that's when the slaves were actually freed, or so-called free, after Emancipation Proclamation. So 80 years later is when that happened. And the Devil's Punch Bowl, as far as when it says ask, when people ask what the Devil Punch Bowl is, it says the camp was called the Devil's Punch Bowl because of the way the area was shaped. The camp was located in the bottom of a cavernous pit with trees located on the bluffs above. The women and children were locked behind the concrete walls of the camp and left to die from starvation. So it wasn't just soldiers, it was women and children also that these atrocities were committed against. Now, you asked a question, where was the Christians at during these periods? You know?
Yes, sir.
Where were they at during this period? And I think that's a common theme or a question we can ask in different scenarios, like the fall of Jerusalem, right? If we had all these different heathen that were being converted over to following, quote unquote Christianity, or the book that we put out, right? That contained our history. Where were all these Christians and all these followers of Mashiach? Where were they at when Jerusalem fell? You know, we so-called had scores of them who believed, right? Scores of them that was following and getting their teachings from Israelites, Israelite prophets. But then you turn around and you see Jerusalem fall at the hand of Romans. So what happened to all these converts? What happened to all these people that was following Mashiach? You know? But it just goes back to what I was saying before with the pantheon of gods that they were following back then. They didn't have any want to follow anything that had anything to do with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know? Only until recently, you see them claiming that because they see it beneficial to be put in that category. Why? Because everybody know that they're the ones doing the evil on the earth. So now they want to make it look like they're the standard bearers of morality, and that they had nothing to do with all the atrocities that's been committed against the people. You know, they don't want to look like the ones that's going to get judged in the book. You know. But this presentation right here, man, it was real in depth. It's in depth. There's so much stuff that you can touch on. The Fugitive Slave Act. It said fugitive slaves and any individual who escaped from slavery in a period before and including the American Civil War. So this Fugitive Slave Act was enacted even before the Civil War. It says in general they fled to Canada or to free states in the North through Florida. Now you just discounted that already, because the North was just doing the same atrocities that they was doing to us in the South. You know? Did anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
The brother is asking about the sources. There were quite a few sources that I peeled from, and there's even more information that I happened upon that I wasn't able to present because I didn't want to be too long with it. And I think that I've already gone long enough. But there's even connections with Marxism, and where the whole thought of us being Marxists and socialists because of Karl Marx and his opinions and his views on the former slaves and whatnot. And so there's a ton of information. So here's the thing, Dorv L, if you would, send us your email for those of you who want the presentation. You send us your email, and we'll send the presentation to you via email, if that makes sense. Okay. And that way you'll have it, and then you can click on the links. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to peel the links out of the presentation. And you can do just like how I did. If you click on the link, it'll take you to that. Dorville, it's interesting. It's interesting. And looking at pictures of him, he looked like he was probably cut with someone that had some melanin in them, and he was staunch against, and he likened what they were going through in Russia, right? And so, but what happens is that any movements or anything we have, it will typically get co-opted by other people, like Black Lives Matter. Using that as an example, it'll get co-opted by other people and other entities because we can never have our own thing that's all ours. And also with the thought that people always look at us like we're liquid money. In other words, every time they see us, they look at us and they want to get every nickel out of us. That's Psalms 83.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dory, I got you. I'll email that to you.
So I had a question. You ever seen that movie Antebellum?
Yes, that was a bomb movie, bro.
All right,
That was on point.
so I'm kind of when people hear those words or whatever, I didn't really even know that it meant before the Civil War. I thought it meant something else. Does it have any other meaning to it?
Well, that's I was just looking to it because I knew that it was a term that was used during that time period, and so I was just looking at it from that perspective. It probably does, but to my knowledge, I would say no.
Hmm.
And I'm glad you bring that up because a lot of times we may think that we know something, or we may think that we know where something comes from, and it will behoove us to do a little bit of research, and then we can find out where did that exactly come from. Like the 3/5 compromise, I didn't know that came from that. I thought it was just something that they just looked at us and said, "Oh, y'all 3/5 of the human, y'all not human. Let's write that in the law," right? I didn't know that they went through all these gyrations of it was a power move. It was a power move by the South because if I got all these slaves and you counting their heads, surely that gives me more political clout, right?
Yeah, it should, right?
I didn't know that. So what we have to do as Israelites now, we have to go back and look at every phrase, every word that's been given to us, and decode it. And that's a good thing that what Salt of the Earth does is that we'll always break down terms and definitions, and we'll give you the meaning of them according to what the heathen says that they are, because they didn't hide that part of it. They hid a lot of information, but a lot of stuff that they didn't hide. And so if we go back now and look at like contraband, most of you guys have heard of contraband. I heard about it. Contraband was something illegal that you had, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't know that word meant you were contraband and that you were the original contraband.
Mm-mm-mm.
I just want to say, I like when you brought up Hilton Head Island. I was like, wow, because that's one of the places that me and my ex-wife went to. We had a good time there, but everything was expensive. But I had no idea, and I love history, that our people was there. Wow, that's something. Also, it was talking about the Civil War. I live maybe 36 miles from Manassas, Virginia. That's where it started at. I was like, wow. So this was a really, really good presentation. I really enjoyed it. learn more about our history and what went on. And I was telling somebody not too long ago that, when people say, "Oh, we got free from slavery," actually, we're not free. I said, but so-called freedom, that's because our people got into the war, and that's how the North won. You know, and some people are trying to say, "Well, the Republicans helped freed us." I said, "No, they was losing the war. They was going to lose power, and they knew that our people are very strong. So we got in and we had win that war." So it's a very good presentation. I really loved it.
Yeah, and
Well,
I must say that the presentation doesn't do justice, nor did I go deep enough because there's a ton of information out there. It's almost like you have to stop because I had to be honest with you, I built what I had built, and I said, okay, I'm going to stop here because if I keep going, this is going to run several hours, right? But what I did was I just scratched the surface, brought some information to the family. Now it's up to the family to go start digging and doing even more deeper studies, and then coming back to the family and teaching it to the family or presenting the information to the family because that's what it's really about. It's not about us getting information and finding out something and keeping it to ourselves. No, we need to share it amongst the family so the family will know. Look, they talking about Civil War II, right? So we saw how they acted and how they got to act a monkey fool with Civil War One. So they're gonna try to act a monkey fool with Civil War II if it comes to that. Some believe that it is, some believe that it isn't. I'm of the opinion that it will be that. But be that as it may, if I look at the Civil War, it was them two fighting amongst themselves. So for me, I'm gonna get out y'all way and just let y'all have at it. Y'all go ahead and do what y'all do. Meanwhile, I'm over here with the Father. He got a hedge of protection around me. I trust that he gonna protect us in this time. I know he is.
you know what else though? Like the definitions that you were bringing out cleared up a lot of misconceptions too. But one of the things I found profound was just a basic, if you use basic understanding or just common sense, right? They wanted to seem as if though there was only, our people only fighting on the north side. But if there were slaves in the north and the south, then the south was gonna have some people fighting on their side too. They're gonna, because when you're in that position of being a slave, you don't have any choice but to do what they tell you to do. You know, so of course they had us fighting against each other too. You know.
Yeah, and the whole narrative of the new narrative that we're hearing that, well, our people fought to free you, and my ancestors fought to free you, so that's enough. And
Hmm.
it's like, well, your ancestors also killed a lot of us. Oh, and by the way, a lot of us were fighting in that war, and you wouldn't have won that war without us fighting in it.
Hmm. And then what did you do? What did you do to a lot of our people that you promised freedom for fighting?
Hmm.
You know, you put them in concentration camps. You know, and left them to die of starvation and slaughtered a large amount of them. And then even after after the little bit of people that did make it past that, and you claim you was gonna give 40 acres to a mule to, then you turn around and you took that away from them too. So you fulfilled none of your promises that you claimed you was gonna do for the people. And this was on the north side. This is the north that did that. You know. So there's no better than the South. So that what that shows you is it wasn't about freeing us in the first place. It was about who was going to have per capita over us. You know.
It's so true. So what the sister born Bo have to say? See her on here.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. I'm just, y'all know me. I don't have no cut cards. I don't believe nothing they say. You hear me? So, I mean, how much do we need to? I understand this was a great lesson, and some of our people have to see it because they forgetful. I'm not, right? So, coming from a military family, I know damn well this is true. Excuse my French, but a lot more happened that isn't documented, right?
Mm.
So, these people, when they open their mouth, they lie. They just lie. I don't even know why we look for them for anything, period. To me, this was great because some of our people are in denial. We gotta be the light to the Gentiles. Miss me. I mean, we've been light to them for hundreds of years. They never gonna change. So, I mean, why keep shoveling the light to somebody that got a wicked heart? It's like we keep doing that. It's a wall there. They hate us. Like, get it through your head. It is what it is. We just, like the brother said, we need to build. We need to worry about us. This lesson, this should be eye opening for everybody. Basically, let's stop pouring into them. When are we gonna stop pouring into them? When are we gonna say, you know what, I'm done? And that not be considered racist, or you not feel some kind of way about them saying, oh, you can't exclude us. Why can't we? Y'all excluded us for over 300 years.
Longer.
Come on, man. I believe that's what the Most High is waiting for us to do, to unapologetically tell them to their face, miss me. I gave you enough chances. Let our Father deal with them. I'm so sorry. But this was excellent, Brother Cleo. I liked it, of course. But I'm ready for the real meat.
And see, that's the thing, when you start going down a rabbit hole, it becomes deep, and it almost becomes like, am I putting enough information out there? But the main thing I want the family to get and resonate with, look at terms and look at what you're hearing, and do the same thing with the Bible too. When you see a word in the Bible, and we said this on past videos, but when you see a word in the Bible, do the research like how we do and try to decode it, because it may not mean what you think it means.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
That's true.
We got to remember that the Bible was translated, and you got to look at the history of the things that happened to our people before we even got our hands on the records, and all the things that happened, and who governed what pieces of information was going to come out and why. So all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High, because even without the book, we would have knew who He would have made it known to us who we were. But the information that we're able to get our hands on, we have to be really looking deep into it and finding out what these words mean, because it's too many misconceptions out there where people read and they think that it automatically applies to something when it doesn't. So we have to get the broad spectrum of things, and as far as this light to the Gentiles, that don't mean what you think it means.
It definitely don't. And I'm sick of hearing it. I'm telling you, I want to be a light to Israel. Israel is the most deprived, abused, oppressed, downtrodden people in this country. You got refugees that got $300,000 homes coming from Afghanistan. They've been here only a month. You got descendants of American slaves that's sleeping on the streets, that have served in wars, that can't even get $1 for a bag of chips. So being a light to them, you can miss me. I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Be a light to each other. That's the crazy thing about it, that is our people are so traumatized from the things that happened to them, that they don't even realize, in order for you to even do anything for anybody anyway, you got to be able to do something for yourself. Why you reaching out to save others when you're in a predicament you can't save yourself? You know? So it's like, you know, if you look at the situation that we're in, the hardest thing to overcome is the things that's maintaining within our spirit and our minds, man. Like, you know, I sit there, I listen to the people talking about, you know, and I don't want to mention them. Now, you know, I'm gonna mention Jay the producer, man. This guy, I don't know what's up with this guy, man. But yo, man, this brother talking about Nat Turner was evil. You know what I mean? Talking about, you know, Harriet Tubman was evil for what they did. Like, come on, man. Yo, the scripture said there's a time for everything. Let me read it real quick. Hold on. Let me read that real quick. Hold on.
Before you get into that Gullah Israel, why no mention of the Gullah Wars? Like I said, I really just scratched the surface, and so if there's other information that delves into that or goes into that, then not only am I all ears, but I need to research it and understand it. And keep in mind that the goal wasn't to the goal was to just bring the thoughts of the paradigm of concentration camps to our frontal lobe to let us know that, hey, you know what? We've already been in concentration camps. Because you hear the Christian narrative, they say, oh, we're going to go into concentration camps. Oh, the Christians are going to go into concentration camps. They're going to start killing us. Oh, whoa, whoa. Well, Israel already went through that.
It will finally be their turn.
Yeah, and so that's and so to your point, Gullah Israel, and like I stated earlier, I prefaced it by saying that I'm not going deep, and I'm not really I'm giving enough information so that the family has good pointers. And this is another great pointer because I never knew that the Gullah Wars was precipitated the Civil War. You know, that would have been something that was handed down. I'm going to assume that um, you're related to the Gullah people. I would imagine, and so that would have been information that may have been passed down to you by your ancestors, right? Which is a beautiful thing, and then you can help the family to understand that.
Amen. Real talk.
Yes, sent Gullah Israel sent a email on them Gullah Wars, or you want to talk to one of us? Because to be honest, I heard a little bit about it, but I really haven't. It's so much information out there, man. So whenever people come up with something new and you know about it, hey, bring it out.
Real talk. Bring it out. Bring it out. Hey, so check this out. The Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1. It says, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heavens, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to get and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. Brothers need to know what time it is, man. Real talk. You know, every time ain't the time to be doing that. And people want to purpose and try to say Mashiach this, Mashiach did that. But Mashiach is also the one who said in Luke 22 and 36, then he said unto them, but now he that have a purse, let him take it, and likewise his scrip. And he that hath a no sword, let him sell his garment and buy one. Mashiach told you to go buy a sword. Why you think he told him to buy a sword? See what I'm saying? But
So he
you
can love
got people.
everybody.
Yeah, exactly. So, but brothers are living in fantasy lands, man. The Most High is the Most High is a God of war, man. He's a man of war. Like people don't understand that their religious mindset is blocking the practical understanding of life. The Most High give you the God-given right to live, the God-given right to protect yourself. Yeah, we would put in a situation that we would be in this underneath of people. But you know, one of the curses that would put on Israel is cowardice. To be a coward, that's a curse.
That must have skipped me.
That's a curse to be walking around here talking about. Yeah, you supposed to let somebody just do whatever they want to do to you. That's a curse.
Exactly.
Why? Because you don't understand the basic understandings of what the Most High gave you. The scriptures say also, it said, look, if the Most High is all about love and all that, why did the Most High say in Ezekiel 25:13, therefore thus saith the Lord God, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, and will cut off man and beast from it, and I will make it desolate from Teman, and they of Dedan shall fall by the sword, and I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. And they should do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury, and they should know my vengeance, saith the Most High. So let me, people always talking about vengeance is the Most High, vengeance. How do you think the Most High enacted vengeance? Didn't he call Israel his battle axe? Didn't he call them his weapons of war? Come on, man. People living in fantasy lands, man.
How we gonna be a battle axe to some people we joining hands to? Wait a minute.
People living in fantasy lands, man.
How am I gonna be used as the Most High's axe? But I'm saying, this here good Gentile.
Man, we ain't sitting up here praying for nothing, man. You know what I mean? We ain't praying for nothing. Come on. What we praying for?
That's right.
You know? This is the purpose. You know? Becoming a nation and rising up and understanding that these things are essential to our survival. Everybody understands within other nations the sacrifices that have to be put forth in order for the preservation of their children and their nation and their people to exist. Brothers and sisters don't get it right in that we in a war, man, to exist. They don't want you to exist. And you got people like Jay the producer talking about holding their hands for some Christianity garbage and talk about Nat Turner was wrong. You know, it's a lot of people that died just because they didn't receive what they had thought they was going to receive. You think the Most High looked at it as evil? You think the Most High sending Nat Turner to hell? Come on, man. He sending Harriet Tubman and them to hell?
Not them, but Ronald Reagan, George Washington, the Bushes, the Clintons. I could keep going, but I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, that guy Jay producer, when I was debating him, he says no scripture in the Bible that said that we would we won't remember who we are. And I took him to Psalms 83. And when it said you will be cut off from being a nation, that the remembrance of Israel won't be no more. He said, no, Israel won't be destroyed. I said, hey, man, it said cut off from being a nation. What group of people was cut off from being a nation? We're not a nation. You know, he got upset about that, but he kept running to try to say, God said he will never destroy Israel. I said, destroy Israel and being cut off from being a nation is two different things, dude. So I don't know what happened to him, but he supposedly used to believe in the Hebraic faith, but I don't know what happened. But whatever happened to him, he is totally on the other side. But one other thing I want to say, Brother Cleo, is that within your presentation when you was bringing out all this history, I was like, wow. And you like, where was the Christians? And I was like, man, I would love for some of that you'll bring out the next time I do the breakdown of the 400-year prophecy with the enslavement of our people, because we gonna understand that, which I know you already know, but they were the Christians. That's who they were. That's who who did it to us, was them.
Exactly.
That's who they were. So when you say where were the Christians, I was like, wow, that's strong. That's who did it to us.
They was the ones putting in the work. They was the one doing all the damage.
Yeah.
I'm reading a book. I'm reading a book by Dr. Randy Short right now, and it's the impact of religious slavery revealed. And I just got into it, and oh my goodness, this book is like, okay, so the 45,000 denomination religion called Christianity, every one of them denominations was wicked as hell. And I'm gonna leave it at that, because I'm probably gonna have to do another follow on with that. But I'm seeing Gullah Israel is dropping some jewels, and I'm putting those jewels up, and we're probably more than likely we'll probably need to dig into this. Yeah, Andrew Jackson was a wicked entity. He was. Andrew Jackson, Gullah Israel. Who would you, modern day Andrew Jackson? Who would you say is a modern day Andrew Jackson now?
Biden.
I will say this, and I'm not neither Republican nor Democrat, but it's being proved right now that Biden is worse than Trump.
Exactly. He been worse than Trump.
Yeah.
Biden has locked up more Hebrews than Hebrew women can make. Seriously.
Indeed. Yeah, the church was the ones doing most of the wicked and deviltry. The Presbyterian church, they was like, well, no, the slaves are not human. And listen to this. They were lazy and uneducated, and because of the curse of Ham, they are in the position that they should be in. Not only that, but they're making us millions and billions of dollars. They're the engine that makes everything run, and we're not getting rid of them.
You know what? Going back to what the brother Kadar was saying, you know, when you look up the word discontinue, just to look up some words, the word discontinue means to cease doing or providing. Typically, something provided on a regular basis, and for some of the synonyms for it says stop, end, terminate, bring to an end, put to an end, put a stop to, wind up, finish, bring to a halt, call to a halt, cancel, drop, dispense, do away, get rid of, abolish, right? And in the heritage, within the Oxford Dictionary, it says value object in qualities such as cultural, traditions, unspoiled countrysides, and historic buildings that have been passed down from previous generations. And for its synonyms, it says history, background, culture, customs, past. Now, with that being said, what does the scripture say what does the scripture mean when it says thou even thyself shall discontinue from thy heritage? What does that mean? If the Israelites never lost their customs, did the Most High lie when he said that? And even when you look at the situation, the northern kingdom had been separated from Israel for almost 800 years before Mashiach came onto the scene. 800 years, they didn't even know who they were. They didn't know who they were. Which is why Mashiach told the disciples when he did send them out not to separate the wheat from the tares, because he didn't want them to separate Israelites from their promise. All right? So how is it possible that they didn't know who they were, but we sitting around here thousands of years later after Mashiach, that we're supposed to know and have full understanding of our customs. The only way you will have any understanding of anything is if you stole our records. That's the only way. Losing your heritage and understanding of who you are is a natural part of going into slavery. It didn't even take that long before the Israelites, when they were doing the Hellenization period, for Judah and them to be Hellenized and stop speaking. A large amount of them stopped speaking Hebrew and started speaking Greek. That's what a Hellenist is. A Hellenist is an Israelite that made Greek, that spoke Greek languages and made Greek practices and everything their customs. And this was primarily the Southern Kingdom that happened to. So you had a lot of Hellenized Jews walking around speaking Greek. Paul was a Hellenized Jew. He spoke Roman. He considered himself to be a Roman. Although he knew who he was, he still considered himself to be a Roman. But there was Israelites that were in the New Testament that was referring themselves to Greeks. You look up the word Greek and what it means is Grecian. The same as a Hellenist. You look up the word Jew in the Bible. What does it mean? It doesn't encompass both Southern and Northern Kingdom. It's only talking about the Southern Kingdom, Judah. So if you read that and you understand that, right? That the Jews were Hellenized, the Judah. When it said there's no difference between Jew and Greek, there isn't. They're the same.
That's right.
Preach, brother.
They're the same. But people read words and they don't understand what they mean.
Yeah, because when they go to Galatians 3, they just run to 28, 29. They don't start at verse 22 when he said we was under the law. I asked them, who is the we? Oh, they'll say Israelites. I said, well, okay then. So when you get to verse 29, says that 28, 29, there's neither Jew nor Greek. He's talking to Israelites because the audience, he's talking about, remember we was under the law. So people miss that. And also in Galatians 5, you had Israelites wanting to get circumcised. And me and Brother Eric did a lesson on that. And a lot of people didn't understand. Well, I can say a lot of people, a lot of Christians, well, probably all of them, don't. Well, majority of them, if any understand that, I don't know, but they don't understand that you had Israelites waking up to realize I'm an Israelite. I need to get circumcised. And Paul was like, hey, man, the Christ already died. Circumcised ain't going to do you no good, but not profit you nothing as in getting in the kingdom. But circumcising as to us as males is very profitable if we want its cleanness. So when you look at circumcising, what Paul was talking about Israelites, he's waking up to realize they are the true Israelites. That, hey, man, let's get the same thing what we doing today. We wake up, we realize, hey, man, I got to stop eating pork. I got to do, we waking up to our heritage. And that's the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I got a question for the people in the room and also brothers and sisters on the panel. All right. What is the Bible written in? What language is the Bible written in?
Hebrew, Aramaic, and
specifically the KJV.
Greek.
And what? Greek?
Greek.
Yeah. European.
Greek.
New Testament Greek. I know that.
Greek.
But Daniel written in Aramaic, but
all right. What say you brothers and sisters in the chat? What is the Bible written in? I'm gonna give it a moment. What's the Bible written in? The KJV specifically. What we got? You don't know that. English, okay. Anybody else? English, Latin, Hebrew, Greek.
Hijack Greek.
Hijack Greek, English. All right, so let's take a look into, let's see what what the Bible is written in. Let me see. What language is the Bible written in? Okay. All right, so.
You said confusion.
All right, so what language is each book in the Bible written in? In the meantime, many of the books of the Christian Bible, the New Testament, were first written and recorded in Greek and other Aramaic. The spreading Christianity necessitates further translations of both Old and New Testament into the Coptic, Ethiopian, Gothic, and more important, Latin. All right, so everybody's correct on here. Everybody's correct, but the main translation was Greek. And the reason why I say that is this, right? The Bible was written in Greek. The days of the week that we follow, guess what they're modeled after? Greek gods.
Mm-hmm.
The planets or whatever that's supposed to be out in the stars, modeled after Greek gods. The months that we follow, modeled after Greek gods. The English that you speak is a derivative of Grecian language, right? I'm saying that to say this. This might be a little hard for you to swallow, but guess what? You know what we are? We're Hellenized Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we are. Let me read the definition of a Hellenized Israelite real quick. Man, how did this thing get that big? Hold on. Let me get the definition of a Hellenized Israelite for you brothers and sisters. All right. It says, I'm gonna get two of them, but it says a Hellenist, non-Greek who spoke Greek, a term used specifically of Jews who made Greek their tongue and with it often adopted Greek ideas and practices. All right, a Hellenist. That's what a Hellenist is right now. Let's take a look at something. It says Greece, Grecia, Grecians. Grecia is Greece, the home of the Hellenes. Greeks and Grecians, however, are to be distinguished. Greeks are generally those of Hellenic race. And probably it says Grecians. It goes on to say Grecians were Greek-speaking Jews, folks of the dispersion from the areas predominantly Greek. So Grecians were Greek-speaking Jews. All right, that's what we are. We're Hellenized. That's what we are, Israel. We don't speak our original language. We don't have our original customs and practices. We're trying to come back to it, but we're still Hellenized. And I'm saying that to say this. There's no new thing under the sun. The same thing that happened to our forefathers in the Hellenistic period, it happened to our forefathers when they were brought over here. You see? For all we know, our forefathers might have been trying to come back into the customs, and then they got carried away again to this place and scattered throughout the lands. You see? So when we start talking about all the different attributes of our people and start talking about, whether or not we should be adhering to the Hebrew faith and things like that, look, it's about us returning to who we are. Not just who we are, but who the Most High wanted us to be.
That's right.
We have something that our forefathers had, but we have the records, we have the examples of the mistakes that they may have made. We don't have to repeat the same mistakes. That's the whole thing. But we out here repeating the same mistakes our forefathers did. You know, and not to talk down our forefathers, they were great. You know, all honor to them. You know, those who the Most High raised up, we supposed to honor our elders and our those who came before us. You know, because those are the ones that the Most High brought forth. We wouldn't exist without them. You know, but we got to remember that we trying to come back to who we were, not some religion. You know, not some camp, not some denomination. You know, not some idol, not some abbreviation. Salt of the Earth Productions a production. It's not a camp. We produce different type of things outside of fellowshipping with the brothers and sisters here. You know, the sister Bombo, she had an opportunity to see some of the things we work with as far as Adobe's and Premiere Pro. You know, but this right here, this platform is for the fellowship and the growth of our people. You know, nothing more. You know, and for the love of, well, actually more than that, for the love of the Most High and the love of our people. But how do you show love to the Most High? By keeping His commandments. And His commandments dictate that you love your people.
Right.
You know, you can't love someone if you steal from them, you murder them, you commit adultery against them. You know, you covet the things that they have. You bear false witness against them. I challenge anybody out there that claim they're Christian. I challenge you to love someone while breaking the 10 Commandments. I challenge you to show that you love someone while at the same time breaking those commandments. You can't do it.
Christians don't even know the commandments.
I was about to say, do they even know?
They don't know that. They don't know that.
Because I've been in church almost my whole life, and no, that's not the truth. They believe in Jesus, but they believe that they can do whatever they want. But then when they on their deathbed, they call out to Jesus, and then everything is forgiven. That's Christianity.
I was in the church for a minute in the Pentecostal church, and I went through my phase where I was like, man, I was smoking weed and whatever, and doing all kinds of wickedness, and I was like, man, I need to change, dude. Like, I was like, yo, I need to change. I came to the pastor, I was like, man, I got to be better than this. I got to do better. You know, what can I do to be a better person before God? He said, just be a good person, and you know, and love him. I'm like, yeah, I hear that, man, but what about these 10 Commandments that I keep hearing about, that I keep seeing in the book? What's that about? Oh, don't worry, that was for them. That's not for you. What the hell, dog?
No, go ahead. I got a story. I went to seminary, and I still didn't know nothing about no 10 Commandments. I was preaching in Zion Church. I still didn't know nothing about 10 Commandments. It's so sad. It's so sad.
You know, we have a conscience, but the Most High gave us the 10 Commandments for a reason. Because all too often, we'll overlook what our conscience is already telling us. You know, how many of you done something wrong and you knew it was wrong before you did it? I have.
Me?
You know, I've done it. That's why the 10 Commandments is there. That's why we're supposed to put it on the post of our door. Supposed to put it on the walls in our house to constantly remind us that you're up against a battle between your sin nature and the nature that the Most High wants you to have. You see what I'm saying? It's a constant battle. And the scripture says that righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. The truth of what? The truth is we don't know how to love each other without it. We don't know how to. It's in our conscience, but this our sin nature, we holding on to it. See what I'm saying? We holding on to lawlessness. We holding on to selfishness, individualism. It's all about me.
That's right.
But we don't realize everything that happens it permeates. What you may do may echo throughout time and decide something that happened to somebody else within your family. You know?
Mm.
So we never know what the consequences of our actions is. You know?
It's so true.
You know, you stand before the Most High, man. What do you want Him to say? You know, do you want to live with regret, or do you want to live knowing that you put forth your best effort to be the type of person that the Most High wanted you to be? Because everybody, we all suffer. We all suffer. Don't be the one suffering because you were doing wickedness. Be the one suffering while doing good.
Hallelujah.
Right.
Yeah, we are to a certain, not even to a certain extent. Without the law, you know, he that turneth his ears from hearing the law, even his prayers are abomination to the Most High.
Without the law, we are nothing. Period. You might as well throw away the book. If you're not going to include the law, then put the book down.
Exactly.
Yes.
What are you? You just some barbarians, some savages without anything governing you? You know?
That's right.
Christians don't understand the cultural aspect of that. That's our culture. That was given from on high to us. That's what separates us from these heathen.
That's right. Because the law even goes into order. It goes into what the woman's supposed to do, what the men's supposed to do, what the children's supposed to do, what we eat, what we wear, how we do our hair, what we wear on our ankles. It goes into everything.
All
But
right,
who
man.
wouldn't want that?
That Isaiah 3 right there. Y'all women, sisters.
They didn't want it. They didn't want it when Paul was walking either. You know,
I need the law. I need it. I want it. The law is not grievous to me. It is a joy. It is a pleasure to serve the Most High by doing the law.
Yeah. When you do the law, you're going to walk in the Spirit.
It's not that I'm sinning. See, people teach, oh, you need the law because you sinning. That's not true.
The law recognizes sin.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. You didn't have it, then you didn't even realize you was doing wrong. When you realize that is wrong, then you do right.
But you just said something on the point. That's what we need to bring out. We get together. If you didn't have a law, you didn't recognize sin. Who don't have law? Christian church.
That's right.
So they don't recognize sin. It makes sense. That's right. They don't have law. They don't recognize sin. They said we can eat pork. The only thing they preach on is fornication, and you know what? They told them not to eat bloody meat. So I mean, but the only thing they preach on basically is fornication. Other than that, that's it. They don't teach on nothing else. Well, actually they don't teach on love. They teach on love, but they don't show love.
Love of our oppressors.
Yeah.
They teach those that they steal money from.
Yes.
And tell those same people that's paying for their jets and their mansions while Keisha and her 4 kids living in a shack. Yeah. You know, they tell Keisha and her 4 kids, listen, you better love the white man. You better forget about slavery. Don't worry about you can't get no job. Don't worry about none of that. You just keep bringing me your money.
Yeah.
And you keep staying in poverty. Okay.
But now we got Christians that say that church don't take tithes.
Liar.
What they changed it to? What they changed the name to? Then a Trinity offering.
And
They
said,
probably don't take money no more. They probably swipe cards though.
yeah, they say, I don't know what your boy Mike Holloway, that church don't take tithes. I said, man, you lying, because they were saying it's okay for them to eat pork. I said, but y'all take tithes. It come out of what y'all call the old covenant. Oh, well, my church we don't take tithes. Oh man, this guy lying like crazy.
Because they got direct deposits. It automatically come out their check.
Exactly. Hey, Mashiach told us to pray thy kingdom come, thy will be done, right? I'm still waiting for them to tell me what kingdom they know was operating successfully without any laws.
To be honest, they're holler, we in the New Testament still got laws. I'm gonna put my laws in your mind and your heart. You still got laws regardless. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Ugh.
I want to comment on this one. I don't even by T Trust Yah. I don't even hear the fornication preaching. I just hear a hold on, your change is coming. Yeah, and see that's the thing.
Yeah.
See, the heathen gets to have his great life here on this planet now, while we have to wait for the sweet by and by.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's what you call a religion epidural. So they keep you in religion, but you just gotta you can't move, you can't talk, you can't speak, you just gotta just sit there and watch everything around you. That's what that is. Period. What kind of sense do that make? I mean, I don't even know why some people still go to church. They take all your money. They got LBGT running the whole church. You got pastors sleeping with half the women that dress like they supposed to be sliding down a pole. You got all these women coming up in the church looking for men, but they husbands at home drunk on Sunday. Miss me. That's a place made for devils. I said it.
That is so true.
Say it again.
That's why you see more women in the Christian church than you see men.
Because they looking for that rug.
Yeah, they looking at that pastor. Pastor can be this big around, out of shape, nothing, no anything, barely can walk, but they want him because they think he's man. You'll be like, what? Yeah, and then tell me, can you make me some ribs? Man, come on. Yeah.
Hey, I do want to say
that happen. And I'll be like, when I was in Christian church, and you exactly right, Bombo. I remember when I preached my trial sermon, and I hit the line, reached all the way out the church. Everybody want to come up and speak to me and give me a hug. And when I preached my trial sermon, I asked my wife to marry me, my first wife. And she was on the side, getting jealous. But it's just that women in the Christian church want to have a title, I think, and more, first lady and all that. This is the title. And men like to have that title. Bishop, pastor, elder, overseer, and all this, because they feel uppity. And I kid you not, when I was a minister in the Christian church, I went when I go out to eat, and people say, "Oh, it's a minister," they treated me good. They really did. But it ain't right.
I mean, I'm just saying, I got aunties right now. It doesn't. I don't find pleasure in speaking about it, but it is fact. They will spend all day at Neiman's Marcus looking for a dress with the highest split in it, just to go to church. And I be like, y'all, you wearing that? Where you going on an interview? You got a call? Where you going? I'm going to church. I'm like, what? Your cheeks out, your thighs out, everything just busting open. I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Take a look at this comment right here. I know it was addressed in the past, but Darnell Blackshear, Paula White is a walking demon. Point blank. I hope she ain't gonna hear this, but if she ever do, Paula White, Brother Cleo said, "Gee, I'm not your brother, but he said you was a walking demon, cause she is. Look how she got put on. She got put on by you people.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You people, my people, your people, these people put her on, and then she gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I'm with the white Christian nationalists. I'm with the Christian nationalists, so I rock with them now. Them Trump folks."
Joyce
So you
Meyer,
go ahead on and rock
she's
out that
scary
way. There was
looking.
another comment in here
Joyce
that was
Meyer, she looks like she's straight off of one of them horror movies. Like I forgot the name of that one movie. What's it called? The Gate with them little monsters. She looked just like one of them Jones.
Wow.
The little demons that came out of the gates.
check out this comment right here, and this is I'm not gonna call his name or his channel, but I'll just say this: this is their biggest fear right here because of the awakening. And you heard the term. I'm not even gonna say that term, but when people wake up, it's like, okay, I'm not gonna go back to that. I'm gonna stay with this because the Bible now makes sense for me.
That's
I
right.
could see the Bible, and not only can I see myself, but I can see everything and how it puts together. But you have to know who the people are. If you have the people wrong, then your eschatology is going to be wrong, and that's why those people over there never go into eschatology because they got 45,000 different denominations. That means they got 40 at least 45,000 different sets of eschatology that they believe in. Not to mention there's 2.1 billion of them.
Mm.
I'm always harping on that for a reason because the book says broad is the gate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the book say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is Christianity narrow? Is their training and teaching narrow, or is it like do they have like more than 10 denominations?
You want to know something? Also, the differences that Israelites have is based off of the stuff that they learned within the Christianity. You know, the differences that we have, it's remnants of Christianity.
That's right.
You know,
That's
you,
right.
you know what's interesting too? That's the beautiful lie about spirituality, though. You don't really have to get anything right. You can just spiritualize it when somebody call you on it. You know, or that was happening in the spirit.
Ugh.
In the spirit, didn't you feel it happen in the spirit, my brother? But my bills, man. You said my bills was gonna get paid, brother. You not looking into the spirit of it. The spirit of it. You're rich with Christ.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
read.
while
Yeah,
you get rich, I get you.
my
You
lights
on my
get cut
jet
off.
private jets.
Yeah, right.
I get that. All right.
I'm over here dying.
You got me. Hey. I know.
My
I need.
family ain't got nothing to eat, brother. Your family's eating in the spirit,
In the
bro.
spirit, right? Get that spiritual food.
Hey,
That
look,
spiritual angel
Spiritual
food
food, the
cake.
same food they eat in the wilderness, brother.
look. I'm complaining about working because they got us working Saturdays now. That's yesterday when y'all was on now doing the prayer. I was on there and I fell asleep. And I woke back up. I was so tired. But you're right, brother Banya. If you say anything, if I say, you know what, that's wrong. They got me working Saturdays, blah blah this, blah blah that. They would come up with a spirit, something that, brother, quit your job. You be okay. Let the spirit take over. I mean, I have to
The
eat, but
spirit of
I've been
homelessness.
thinking about quitting for real because I'm getting ready to sell my house, and the house market. If anybody want to sell a house, it's time to sell it. It's really good. So I'm getting ready to sell my house for pretty good. Pretty good, put it that way. It's really good. So I'm thinking about quitting for real because I don't want to work Saturdays.
Yeah, but I mean
This is a good
that's
comment right here. I never understood all of them different denomination by Cindy Carr, and that's a good comment because I don't think that they understand the different denominations either. And I always hear all the time by those who are always banging on the whole Israelite paradigm, and us being the people of the book,
Yeah.
always mention, well, you guys don't agree on nothing.
Yeah.
And we don't agree on nothing, but you guys got 45,000 different flavors of ice cream. That's 45,000 different differences. And mind you that this all came from them people.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't author
Nothing. You're
most
right.
of this.
You're right.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead,
but
bro.
that's what I was saying. What I said. That's why I was saying what I said concerning the differences that we have. You look at the differences that we have. I guarantee it all traced back to Christianity.
That's right.
You know,
That
whether
is right.
Esau's not this or that. Who do you think? Who do you think came up with Esau not the white man?
Some Christian who have a white wife or a white husband.
It says
Some
Esau is
Hebrew.
going to rule the world. Who? I mean, this is the most easiest thing in the world to get. All you got to do is who's ruling the world.
You Kadar, people that look like you. Because Esau was a black man. He was a twin brother.
Yeah,
Oh, man, y'all.
yeah, but he mixed too, big time mixed to everybody.
You know, only people who preach that type of nonsense are those who are joined to the heathen. And I'm going to say it, and you don't have to like it, but it's the truth. The only reason why you're saying they not, well, they're not Esau. That's not Esau. I bet you down the line, your baby mama or your auntie or somebody you love happen to be a Gentile. So therefore you gonna try to bring in that wicked tongue of yours to confuse Israel so that you can bring in your lust. It is what it is. If I happen to be a Gentile, then I would just accept my role. It is what it is. Ain't nothing for them but to cleave. You got two options: cleave or be destroyed. It's period dot. Like, get over it.
Get down or lay down. Check
It's
this comment out
simple.
right here. Check this comment out right here. Christianity is witchcraft. I've
That's
come to
true.
realize by Chadro. What y'all got to say about that?
Real talk, it is witchcraft. Look all the stuff that it's steeped in. You know, if it wasn't witchcraft, how you got people now going talking about I'm a Christian witch? You know, and I seen one Hebrew sister said she called herself a witch while she was going off on Berean and them about how they coming at the Israelites. That's a poor choice of names. You know, everything she said was true, but that's not a good choice of names. You know, I suffer not a witch to live. You know, according to what's written. You know, but yeah, man, Christianity is pure witchcraft. You know, if you leave them alone, they'll take you right back into whatever. You know, you'll go right back into celebrating Halloween, Christmas, Thanksgiving, St. Patrick's Day, and every other abominable, holy day, right, brother Cleo? Holy day that they want you to celebrate.
That's it.
You know,
but Christianity has pushed people as becoming witchcraft. I know a girl, she's considered to be a witch, right? And so I asked her, I said, can you please pull up the spirit of David? Oh, I can't do that. And I told her, I said, hey, that's what Saul did, remember? She said, oh, I can't do that. I said, oh, okay.
She didn't want to fool around with that because she probably would have got taken over by them.
I said, okay, you're a witch. Pull up the spirit of David. I want to know stuff. I want to have stuff that I can show people. And no, I can't do that.
No, she didn't say she could do it. She said she can't do it. The spirit that she did was said you better not do what this man asking you, or he was gonna turn on her. Read this comment right here, bro. Read this comment from Sarah Yashibru.
family, my husband and I traveled to Ghana to check on some land he bought and hopefully purchase more. Please pray for our safe travel and Yah's favor upon you. Absolutely, sister. We'll do so. When are you traveling? So we can make sure we get a prayer in.
And also, please get us back because that's what I want to do. I want to buy
We are
some
also
land.
bringing toys for some children in school. There, pray the children receive them. Sometimes stuff comes up missing. Sad to say, pray our children in Ghana. Amen. We will. Thank you. Let us know when you going so we can get the correct time on when to pray. You know. As a matter of fact, we can all just do an individual prayer for the sister and her family too. Yeah. October 19th. All right. So we'll definitely have a prayer day before that.
Wow. So I'm gonna ask y'all something on the panel, y'all. So when do you think we'll notice it's time for us to get up out of here? For real. When do you think we'll know this?
When they
I
ain't got
believe
no.
I believe we're the generation that's gonna see it.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that. Now, I don't have a forecaster, but I would say that things are going to have to get even more desperate here in the United States and worldwide. Because, and here's why I say that is because the Father said in the book, he says, with a mighty hand and outstretched arm will fury poured out. That means violence. That doesn't mean a friendly, okay, let's take these people and set them over there. Let's put them all on boats like the 1948 people and ship them off. So it's going to be something that the whole world is going to recognize. And matter of fact, according to what the book says, we're going to forget about the first Exodus, and everybody's going to be on everybody mind the second one. So I'm going to just put out there that it's got to get worse here, a little bit more worse. But again, Israel, just I pray that the Most High just keep y'all out of the way, keep me out of the way of what's happening because there's a lot of stuff going on worldwide. So just expect to be everything to be worse and worse and worse and build up, and he's going to do what he does. Now that could be in the next year, it could be in the next 5, it could be in the next 10. That part I don't know, but I can tell you that what I do know is this, and I feel it in my spirit. And y'all don't beat me up. Y'all know I need Jesus, but just based on my feelings, and this is my opinion, that I believe that we the generation that's going to see everything because we seeing everything playing out right now.
I got something to add on that. Hold on, let me see if I can. All right, so it says in Exodus, right? I saw the Exodus 11:4 says, and Moses said, "Thus saith the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn of the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sitteth upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there should be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that they may know how the Most High doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel." Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because I pondered a long time on what type of events is going to cause us to be let go. And ultimately, I came to the conclusion that something would have to happen that would put a difference between us and them. Something would have to happen to make them say, let these people go, or else we gonna be destroyed. All right? So, I mean, I know there's a lot of different things that we've seen happen throughout history, but if we talking about them letting us go, it has to be something that would make them say, wait a minute, this is happening to us because we're doing this to them. You know, what we know is them when they've had opportunity to destroy us, they've done it indiscriminately, without mercy. All right. So if it was a situation that they was going to be destroying us, they would destroy us till there's none of us left. But I think when we read the scripture and it says, with a mighty hand and stretched out arm, it means through violence, but violence from who?
Um,
Violence from the most. I believe it's violence from the Most High. The same way He did it to Egypt, with a mighty hand and stretched out arm and fury poured out. Firstborn getting taken out, plagues getting hitting on these people, and they've been hitting these people. The plagues have been hitting these people. Like, an interesting thing is this. Like, we were talking about it yesterday, how we'll be hearing about things happening, and then we'll call each other, hey, brother, how you doing over there? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, because I just heard about, like, 1,200 acres being burned out. Or I heard about floods and whatnot hitting over there. But it don't seem to be happening to us. Who is it happening to?
that's true.
You know, volcanoes erupting and things like it ain't happening over here. Who's it happening to? See what I'm saying? But these people, they not making the connections yet, right? But when that death plague come, they gonna make a distinction between who, cause that ain't hit yet.
Also,
But when that, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
also, are we leaving out the scripture where it says, "Who be these?" and it says,
My favorite right there.
"Those be the four horns that scattered Judah, and those be the four that come to slay them." Right. So I think that's going to be the sign to the nations when they see those four horns taking out those people who scattered Judah. That is the sign, I believe. Me personally, I'm waiting on that to kick off, because when I see that, that's how I know it's time for us to go home.
What you got to say on that, brother Kadar? Because I know the brother got a lesson on the four horns. You muted, bro. You muted.
Get off mute.
You on mute, bro.
I'm sorry. Okay, everything was said. You can combine it together. Brother Cleo said something's gonna happen really, really bad. The point that people gonna say, "Hey, man, hey, get them peoples out of here," you know. And Brother Banya, he went to the scripture on us and basically said what happened in Egypt is gonna happen again. And then the sister's talking about the four horns that scattered Judah, which we know the scattering, which we go back to our slave roots, Spain, Arab slave trade, Spain, Great Britain, America. Okay, so that right there, that right there is a good lesson. But all that combined together to me go hand in hand. But the one thing I haven't found yet, but I think I found it, and I think it's the Hamashiach. The same thing how the Most High used Moses. I think He's gonna send the Hamashiach. I mean, I don't know yet, but I'm still searching for that. You know how He used Moses to, hey man, let my people go, or He gonna use the two witnesses, let my people go. One of the two. Because we got like people like Ron Dalton Jr. and we got other people in Israel, like they going over there, they buying land, purchasing land. But what mess us up is because we don't agree on a lot of stuff. Well, I don't say a lot of stuff from some. With Israel, it's not a lot. It's just a few things that we disagree on, with the camps and with maybe Ron Dalton Jr. or with the Israelites that's still trying to hold on to Christianity. Now, to be honest with you, that hurts me the most. Israelites hold on to Christianity, because if you hold on to Christianity, you still might be looking for a rapture. So,
well, here's the thing: the scripture talks about those who it says, "Come out of her, my people, lest you be partakers of the plagues." Right now,
18:4. Go ahead.
So what that tells you is the Most High is going to give us an opportunity to leave.
Yes.
Right. We're gonna have an opportunity to leave. Now, this is all in unison with everything that's written. The opportunity to leave is going to be a mass amount of us that leave, but it's also going to be people who still want to stay. There's going to be people who who don't want to let go of that mindset of being, an American or a Christian. There's gonna be people who gonna think that they can salvage whatever's left of this place, and they're gonna choose to stay, and they're gonna be destroyed with this place. Now, what else was I gonna say?
What do you want?
Go ahead. I gotta figure it out. I
I
have
know
something in my head.
this right here get us excited because I forgot what I was going to say. It's so exciting when you talk about that because, like, you go back to Brother Cleo's lesson. Look what we all been through all the way up to now, and we got an opportunity to leave according to and see our people again. Because remember, in Ezekiel chapter 37, he says the whole house of Israel. He gonna breathe life in them. They're gonna stand up as an army. He's waking us up, and we all gonna come together. He's gonna put us back in our end. Ezekiel 37 tells us that. So it's a whole lot to talk about, but it makes you so hyped, and you can't get everything in. I'm with you, brother man.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. When we read the scripture, we don't really read about a prophet, any particular individual bringing this out. This is just my thought on it. Yeah. My thought on it is that we already got the prophets. Most of the people here got them. If you look over there on your in your KJV, we got all the prophets telling us what we got to do and how to lead. So as far as any particular person or group of people leading us out, I think we gonna leave out as one nation towards the Most High. And then also, I understand what people say. Some of us don't want to leave, or some of us ain't ready to leave yet. When our forefathers left Egypt, they wasn't ready to leave either. And as soon as no sooner they got into the wilderness, they start complaining and making idols. Right? And what do we read in the scripture? We read in the scripture that rebels will be purged out because they're obedient.
Eating them pork sandwiches.
Eating pork sandwiches, doing all kinds of different things that they ain't supposed to be doing. So there's no new thing under the sun. The only difference is when we come back to the Most High this time, we gonna stay with him. We not gonna turn away from him anymore. He's gonna put the law in our inward parts. And I think really that's really starting to be established right now, because when you read the scripture of the things that our people put themselves through, right, because they want to be disobedient to the Most High, man, it's a sad case. It's really sad, because the Most High gave us the answer. He said, "I sit before you life and death." And he's like, "Look, choose life." There's the answer right there. Choose life.
And what's life?
Life is the Most High's commandments.
That's right. Life is the law.
The law.
Life
every time he,
law.
Amen. Every time he told us about a standard, he what would we say? So thou may live. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thou may live. Keep this commandment, that thou may live. See what I'm saying? But we chose death. That's all these other idols can offer you is death. All the nations, all the gods of the nations are idols.
Hallelujah.
But the Most High made heaven and earth. So you can't create something that's fashioned with your own hands and then think that it's above you and that it can deliver you from the one that made you. But even within that, even with everything the Most High, he showed his love to us through us being scattered. Through all the things that happened to us, he preserved us as a nation still to be able to come back to him. And that's why I say you look at certain situations. People say that we're facing this great tribulation. We've been in tribulation. What is a remnant? A remnant is what's left over.
That's right.
You look at our forefathers that fell during 70 AD. You look at the people that fell during the Hellenization, the Papal Bull, the Spanish Inquisition, the Islamic slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. What's left over? We ain't a small amount that's left over from that.
That's right.
This is the what's left over. We are
We've
what's
been
left
through
over.
Jacob's trouble.
We
We
still going through it.
right. We so that's another thing about Christianity. They teach mainly because our people make up. I'm going to say 60% of Christianity churches.
Mm-hmm.
They teach us that we still got to go through more. I
Yeah,
was a
exactly.
young child, and that didn't make sense to me as a young child. Like, wait a minute, I'm already in poverty. You mean I got to go through some more?
That's right.
The brother Cleo read it today, right?
Yes.
What did it say about Jacob trouble? It said that it should be no day like it, right? It should be no day like it, right? The Jacob trouble. What did the scripture say? What the brother Cleo said about the curses that under the whole heaven and earth have not been done as have been done upon Jerusalem, meaning that nothing like it on the earth has happened. So
It's people, it's kids in the cages at the border, Banya. Okay, it's kids in cages at the border. Okay, so
Them
Bless
kids
their
ain't our
heart.
them children. Okay, you can call
so
them kids. I never call my children kids because kids is a goat. Can we do a
well,
favor? Won't I want to read daily dedications? Won't anywhere be better than Babylon because of the coming wrath and destruction? And the answer to that is possibly and no. One place I would not want to be is I would not want to be in Europe. I would not necessarily want to be in South Africa. I definitely want to be anywhere in Asia, nor would I want to be in Australia. Now, you notice what's consistent with all of those is if you do the research, those are all Psalms 83 people.
hmm,
Europe is getting taxed right now, and it's
Yep.
not being reported what's happening to the European nations right now, whether it be floods, whether it be pestilences, whether it be earthquakes, whether it be all the calamities that they're getting hit by. And it's not
volcanoes.
really being but volcanoes, exactly. And so there's a lot going on the earth right now, and I would say that your best bet, if you're talking about leaving here, and you can leave now or leave later. That's up to you. But your best bet would be to go to somewhere in what they used to call Akibu land, aka Africa, aka somewhere in the so-called what they call Middle East, but it's not the Middle East. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna address this one right now too. I'm gonna go ahead and hit this one right here. Okay, so these people right here, the children in cages at the Mexican border, but Mexicans are us. Nah, those not our people. Those people have nothing to do with us. Them people is Catholic. They can stay Catholic. They Spaniards. They relate to Spain, and they look like Spaniards. They don't look like us. Now, the Afro of those people is us because he said I would scatter you into all nations. If he's gonna scatter you into all nations, then how you gonna have your own banking system? How you gonna have your own civil system? How you gonna have your own army, your navy, your air force? Yeah, you can miss me with that too. They
But
never
they
been
are
our people,
part.
and it infuriates me. It infuriates me that sorry, sis, please forgive me, and I'll let you have it in a minute. It infuriates me that the brothers who are camps, which I love, they brought these heathens in, and now they call us Canaanites. Go ahead, sis.
Um, do your research, family. Okay, because when you look up who's a part of the European nation, just Google it. And you will find out that there's no Negroes attached to the European nations. How odd is that? That the Mexicans, the Latinos, they are all part of the European nations, but they us? Wait a minute, what? You cannot have it both ways. You cannot. It's impossible. You can't serve two masters. So you either Israel or you not. That I mean,
This is a
it's just
good
that
question.
simple.
Yeah, it is. It's very simple, and I don't know why. I know why, sis. You know why too, and I'm not gonna get into that with you because you
Lust.
need Jesus, not
I
me.
do
I
need
don't need him
Jesus
right now. You do.
every
Check
day.
this.
Every
Check this question
day.
out right here. Check this question out, and I want you guys to address it because it's an interesting question, but it's pretty simple.
It
Question, brothers
says,
and sisters. Like the Bible said, nothing new under the sun. Wouldn't that be a new thing if we were brought out the same way as we were brought out from Egypt? I think it's going to be the same way, and I think we all agree on that. But it's going to be much bigger because you have to remember the Exodus. He said he was going to bring us from where he scattered us, and we're pretty much in every nation right now. And so that's going to be a monumental task to do that. Only he can do that.
Yeah. But like we maintain, this is the epicenter from when it starts, for where it starts.
That's right. That's right.
And I wanted to say something else. All right. Here's the misinformation or the illogical aspect of a 12 tribe chart is this. Right? You can't look at a nation and say that's Israel. What you can do is you can look within that nation and see the people that's suffering from the curses and say that's Israel. But you can't just say, oh, the Mexicans are Israel, the Puerto Ricans are Israel, Guatemalans are Israel. You know, you can't. That's the same as looking over to America and saying the Americans are Israel. You see how that is? That doesn't make any sense.
They're looking at landmass.
Yeah, looking at landmass, understanding that we were scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, right? That means that wherever you look at, you should be able to find Israel's within that place. But you can't just say that they're Israelites. You can't say everybody in that country is Israelites. And this is where the agenda you see being pushed, because when you look on the chart, you're not seeing Negro features on these people.
Three tribes are Negroes, but 9 tribes are Hispanic. So actually, will the Negroes ever rule again?
What?
If we're going off that chart.
I'm going to dispel the chart right now. I'm going to dispel the chart very easily. Okay, so he said that he was disperse you into all nations that he sent you, right? So how is one contiguous nation, Mexico, going to be Issachar? How the Puerto Ricans going to be one contiguous nation, going to be a certain group? How another contiguous nation going to be another group? And you forget everybody that's still over in the land right now. How do you get that when he said he was going to scatter you? But then you say the Mexicans is Issachar. That's impossible. If you scattered, you scattered. There's going to be Israelite that's from the bloodline of Issachar probably in every nation, just like everything else. So 12 chart is garbage. You can throw that in the garbage can.
How can a Mexican hide in Egypt? How can a Latino hide in Egypt? If they are our people, when Joseph and Mary hid in Africa, how? It's the same concept of Christianity, the 12 tribe chart. They are whiting out Hebrews. Them people can't go in Africa and blend in. Miss me. You will be found out. If I'm running from the police, am I going to run to the left side full of Latinos, or am I going to run to the right side full of Africans? Which people am I going to blend in with?
You better not be in the camp, then.
I'm just.
I see this. I see his brother put up the chart, and by the way, I want to let the sister know. Sorry, y'all. We know, we understand what you're saying. No accusations towards you. This brother put up the chart, and he had like, which one of these are you? And I was like, well, brother, I only got 2 to pick from on here. You know what I mean? Either I'm Judah or Levi, apparently. You know what I mean? I guess I can't. There's no way I could be. I guess I can't be anything else except for these 2, you know?
With the chart, we don't rule. With the chart, we're still the least. We're still at the bottom with the chart.
Well, I even got a better argument. I mean, I can say a better argument because all y'all said was good. But even with DNA, it's crazy. When you do your DNA, because I did mine, and also I researched a lot of Hispanics. I ain't talking about the Afro-Hispanic, and I researched them too. They got the exact same DNA because we are descendants from the slave trade. I mean, it's very simple. A lot of Hispanics' DNA is DNA J, R1. Every now and then you'll see DNA Q or C. And when you see Q or C, if you trace the ancient DNA, they come from India, that part of India. That's where they come from. And of course, I got a chart too, but the chart I got just talking about our DNA. But I need to pull up the chart with that. But once you do the DNA, what they call Aboriginal, a lot of black people run around talking about, oh, I'm an Aboriginal. And I tell them, well, do your DNA, because if your DNA is not Q or C, you're not an Aboriginal. This is why if you go to, what's that? I think it's Australia, the Aboriginals, their DNA C, and them people must didn't mix. I'm talking about the ones that lives up in the jungle. They dark skin. They still look the same they looked a long time ago. But
they all look the same.
Yes, they're some funny looking people. They didn't mix. Their hair is different from us. The hair is different, but they didn't mix. But they DNA C, and you can tell. You go in places of India, you can find the same looking people look just like them. So when black people saying I'm an Aboriginal, what's that guy, Dane Calloway? He's scared to debate any Israelite because he knows he's telling a lie and making money off of Israel. He's just going around just telling lies that we are the original here. Now, also, you can see where the Ethiopians came to South America. They got the stone heads, and South America got the same stone heads in Ethiopia. So if you saying that you some of them, okay, all right, you got a DNA A or B, but you saying you are an Aboriginal of America. This is why a lot of black folks that do the DNA, some of them do have DNA Q and DNA C, not a lot. And this is why they say, you know what? I think this is the land of Israel. This is why they change it after they do the DNA. Because see, they found out they're not Israel. So this is the land of Israel. This is why they're doing this stuff. They ain't gonna tell you why, but once you do your research, you'll find. That's why people like Kevin G and G-Con, they DNA I. Well, Kevin G DNA I too. Why? One dude called him a European. See, this is the thing. When people do that, don't get frightened or scared, because you might have a DNA J or G. From my research, that don't mean that you are them. You might have one infiltrate. Let's say somebody raped your grandmother, great-grandmother, or great-great-great-grandmother in slavery, and you had a whole lot of boys down the line, and they never changed till it got to you. That could happen. But that don't mean you're not Israel. According to Deuteronomy chapter 23, it says upon the third generation, you're back in the congregation. It don't say man or woman. It just said upon the third generation. So in that case, if I have a kid by a plumb white girl, and that kid have a kid by another black person, that kid have a kid by another black, hey, they black. But if it go the opposite way, they so-called white. That's how it goes according to the scriptures. Now you got guys out here be like, oh no, if they ain't DNA E, they're not Israel. But the scripture don't say that. So
that's what I was emphasizing also. When I had that conversation with what's that fool name, G-Con?
Yeah.
When I had that conversation with him about it, that's the base understanding.
Yeah.
The curses is how you identify.
Yeah.
The Most High gave. He said this will be a sign and a wonder, and upon thy seed forever. You know, so that's the indicator. That's the indicator for how you know who Israel is. You know, DNA and all that's pretty good and everything, but
the curses is the ones you're right. And but Deuteronomy 23 lets you know how it says, don't wear a whore, or Edomite, or Egyptian. It's talking about the ones you had kids by. They still are people, even though they could be like a half-breed. He said upon the third generation, they're back in the congregation. So, and this is a story that's I think it's in Deuteronomy, how it talks about a Israel. Well, they don't call him Israelite. It said his mother Israelite, his dad is Egyptian that was in the camp, got in a fight with somebody, and he recognized him basically as the Egyptian, but most like a cousin of Israel. Either way it goes, he gonna go through the same curses that we go through. But what I'm saying, you got guys out here that actually will push Israel, somebody that's so-called black people, but they might have a DNA in so long. They might be 85%, and I seen this on DNA, 74 or 85% so-called black Israel. They might have 50% 15%, and just by chance, their DNA haplogroup is a G, which goes along with so-called white people. We got to understand they wasn't white at first anyway, so their DNA G really don't stand for that. But anyway, that's a whole story. I'm still studying, but they still Israel according to Deuteronomy 23. So
I
that's
have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
That statement, can somebody put it on the screen, please, by Vanessa Brown?
Okay, before we do that, sis, I want to just make a point on this one. Issachar and the statement that we had up, I don't know where it went, but let's go ahead and run this. Okay, Issachar and Judah are brothers from the same mother. They look the same. Issachar is black like Judah. I agree with that. Because if they both had the same, well, they both had the same mom, they're more than likely going to look the same.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about this statement.
Yeah.
Please, can somebody help me? Seed of the father, you are not black. Your hat is black. You are a different shade of brown. I believe that we're not black, but the seed of the father.
Mm-hmm.
What's the need for the daughters of Zion if the Hebrew men can make Hebrew children with anybody?
No, see, the problem is this. With that, when I say black, I don't actually mean we black. I'm just
No. I wasn't talking about. I'm talking about. She's basically saying you are what your father is.
Well, they go to Numbers chapter 1, I believe, and actually they was doing a pedigree before they went into war, and Israel was having like somebody out of Judah had a kid by somebody of Benjamite. And that's when they say you are the seed of your father. But they're actually not saying we can go have kids with anybody. But let's say this. Let's say go back to Deuteronomy 23. If we do that, but that kid go back into Israel, then that kid go back into Israel, then you back full-blooded Israelites. In Deuteronomy 23 say. But I understand what you're saying. But the mother Israelite mother is very important, because let's say you have a half-breed kid, right? And that kid marries a black woman, and that black woman has a boy. But that black woman marries another black man, but they have a boy, and that right there would change the DNA. But it don't matter.
All right, so here's where I stand with that. All right, the seed is always going to be what the tree is. The fruit is always going to be according to what the tree is. All right. For instance, let me ask you a question. An Edomite man has a child by a black woman. Right. What is that child?
A mamzer.
Is a mamzer, or is it an Edomite?
It's a mamzer. It's an illegitimate child.
But how about that child marries another Israelite?
Hold on. What does illegitimate mean?
Illegitimate could be incest, or it can be a Hebrew man having a child with a woman that's not a Hebrew, or vice versa.
All right. So here's what illegitimate means. It means that child can't be legitimized as something. Either that child can't be legitimized to be another man's child, or it can't be legitimized to be a particular race. All right. So, for instance, if a woman has a child with someone while she's married with another man, that child would be illegitimate, meaning that child would be a bastard, because you can't determine who his father is, right? Or what his race is, right? So if a child is born from an Edomite with another woman, and we know that the father is an Edomite, then that child is an Edomite, unless you can't legitimize who his father is. All right. Now, if that same child that he had with a black woman or an Israelite woman goes and has a child with another Israelite woman, guess what? That child's going to be that he have with her. It's going to be an Edomite. because the seed doesn't change. The phenotype can change, but the seed won't change. So what we can't do is we can't have the phenotype be the prerequisite of what a child is. All right? It has to be according to the seed. And that's why the Most High did that according to the seed, because that doesn't change. That doesn't change. The seed is always going to be what it is. The phenotypes can change to a certain degree. But if you're taking and you're doing illegitimate, then you have a situation where that child can be legitimized as an Israelite.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it can't be. That's what an illegitimate, and that's what a bastard is. For instance, when somebody says somebody's a bastard today, it's according to them not having a father. Why? Why is he a bastard? Because you can't be legit. Your father can't be legitimized.
Okay.
Down the line, your father died, right? Now you're a bastard. Years down the line, somebody asks you, well, who is his father? Well, he can't be legitimized.
Well, I guess my question, I should have been more specific. The seed of the father, I get that. I definitely understand that men carry the seed.
Mm-hmm.
Men creates the child. But what's the importance of the daughters of Zion if that's the case? If that's the case, then men of Israel can, which they carry the seed, they can they can have sex with any woman, and then that seed becomes Israel. What's the point of Hebrew women if the men is the only one that produces the nation? Without the daughters of Zion, there is no nation of Israel.
Well,
Whether the men carry the seed or not.
But it's the quality of the seed that depends on the women. All right, so the daughters of Zion bring forth the best quality of Israelites.
But you're saying
It's like, okay, if you, all right, so I have a seed, right, and I have some soil. I have some regular soil over here, and then I have some fertile soil, some soil that's rich in nutrients, the best soil that I can use for this seed. Which one am I going to choose? Am I going to choose regular soil? Am I going to choose the soil that's best for my seed to be sprung up and to grow as it's supposed to? I'm going to choose the quality soil.
I get that. But what I'm saying is, if the men, by that logic, right? If the men, let's just take that whole thing out. Let's just say I'm a man, and I can't find no quote air quotes good black soil. I'm a Hebrew woman, and I plant my seed with a Gentile woman. You're telling me that the child that's born of that is a Hebrew?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't. I believe that child that's born of that Gentile woman will have to wait 3 generations before it or them can come back into the congregation. How can you make something straight that's already crooked?
Well, that's the thing. You got to ask yourself, when our forefathers or the patriarchs, when they bred, were those Israelite women?
So there's tons of scriptures where Hebrew men congregated and was like, man, we got to put away these strange women. You know, we got sin upon us. You know, we got to get rid of these women and the children that begot of them. So my whole thing is, if the men of Israel can produce children, baby Hebrews with any woman, what's the need for the daughters of Zion?
You talking about
there was a reason for that also when they had to put those seeds away. It's because of what those seeds were doing, or what those people were doing that they were mingling with. They had turned away from the Most High.
Yeah, but
that's their children weren't speaking the language anymore. They had turned away from the customs. They were worshiping the gods of the people that they were intermarrying with.
Yeah, but the book of Tobit
That's
don't say that. The book of Tobit told him to stay within his father's seed of your father. That's what it
yeah,
said in
it
the book
did.
of Tobit. Yeah, and
It
say in
did.
other words, if you are the tribe of Judah, you need to stay with a woman from Judah. If you're a tribe of Benjamin, you be the woman from Benjamin. That's what it said in the book of Tobit,
Hmm.
chapter I think it's chapter 4 and 12. If I'm not mistaken. So
Wow.
yeah.
Who said that? Somebody said y'all Canaanites, you're not Hebrews.
Uh,
Here's let me present to you a situation here. I wanna present something. All right, hold on. All right, so it says marrying female captives. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. During the situation of war, after we conquer the people and we've taken them captive, meaning they're under our authority, they're under our gods, right? They're under our Elohim, right? It says this. It says in Deuteronomy 21:10, when thou goest forth to war against thy enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thy hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seeth among the captives a beautiful woman, and has a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thy house, and she shall shave her head and par her nails, and she shall put the remnant of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thy house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she should be thy wife. And it should be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. Now, within this scripture, you see stipulations within the law governing one who marries a female captive from other nations, or a nation that you war against, or your enemies. You know, so it's there's stipulations in this. There's laws according to the circumstances of one. Now, are we supposed to choose the wife of our people? Absolutely, and that was because these other people would turn us away from following the Most High. But you also have to understand this: the Northern Kingdom, right? When we read the scripture, it says Ephraim would be a multitude of many nations, meaning the Northern Kingdom would be mixed with many different nations. If we're dealing with a situation where the seed is strictly just the seed has to be from the women and the men, then you would have a whole bunch of what we call what do you call them, mamzers, coming back to the Most High. You see what I'm saying? Even when we read in the book of Revelations. All right, let me read this. In the book of Revelations, you have an example of those nations coming back to the Most High, but they're actually Israel. All right, let me see. Okay.
So that will kind of mean that most of us that look like Negroes now probably are screwed.
No, absolutely
Because most
not.
of us probably, most of our grandparents probably was raped over and
But
over and over again.
but but also that's a misconception too, because the thing is, you'll have people come out light skinned, and people will assume that somebody in their family got raped. You know, but the truth of the matter is, our people produce all color spectrums.
Yeah, true.
We produce all color spectrums. So just because you have a certain skin tone, it doesn't mean that someone down your line got raped or anything like that, you know. But also, this also ensures that the majority of us that are here, that forefathers were brought here, if you from the seed of that person, that you still remain, right? If we're saying, all right, for instance, if we're saying that if a situation happened and a person is mixed, this a person's seed got mixed, you know, what we're saying, and all right, so we're saying that if a person's seed got mixed, they're no longer an Israelite, and then you say that a lot of people got raped, and a lot of Israelite men have wives with women. That's a lot of people,
No,
you know.
well, see,
But I don't believe that happened, though. I don't believe that happened. But if we say that, and then we maintain that, okay, these are not Israelites, then that would put a vast majority of people in that category.
Can I
You
say
know?
something? Can I say something?
Yeah, yeah.
Here's the misnomer that a lot of us have. Okay, so if you look at the typical African American, most of us don't have cuts. Some of us do. Most of us don't. Right?
Hmm.
And so to say that most of these so-called African Americans came here because of rape is a misnomer. You took on the last name of your slaveholder.
That's right.
You weren't raped. So everybody with the last name Johnson wasn't here because of the the slave owner master raped all of the Johnson men and women, and they birthed these children. Because if that was the case, most of us would be cut with something or predominantly mostly on the lighter side. When clearly, and not only that, but you had incubation spots in Georgia, and the brother brought this out. The brother from Hebrew Awakening brought this out, where they had plantations where that's all they did was birth Israelite. They put Israelite men to buck with the woman, and that's all it was a baby making factory
Yeah,
because
that's
of the economics behind slavery. So nobody should get it twisted that this is about rape or that mostly everybody was raped, because if you have the name Johnson, if you have the name Morris, Thrower, um, Ferguson, um, uh, I forget my brother's last name, but if you have any of these last names that's not yours, then that doesn't necessarily mean that you have that last name because of rape.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Now,
well,
here's what I want. Here's what I'm going to read from Revelations real quick. Shalom and blessing, brother Eric. By the way, welcome. Um, Revelations. I'm gonna start from chapter 7. Now, I don't want to read through. You know what? I'm gonna read through it. I'm gonna read from verse 1 to verse 9. Now, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna read to verse 11. It says, "And after these I saw four angels standing on the four corners of the earth, holding the four winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living Elohim. And he cried with a loud voice to the four angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, Hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our Elohim in their foreheads. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Of the tribe of Judah was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Reuben was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Gad was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Asher was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Naphtali was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Manasseh was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Simeon was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Levi was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Issachar was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Zebulun was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Joseph was sealed 12,000. Of the tribe of Benjamin was sealed 12,000. And then on verse 9 it says, After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our Elohim, which sitteth upon the throne, and to the Lamb, and to all the angels that stood round about and the throne, and about the elders and the four beasts, and fell before the throne on their faces and worshiped the Most High. Now, verse 9 is actually talking about all those that were sealed. In verse 1 through 8. What does it say? It says, after that I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations and all kindreds and all peoples and all tongues. Why would it say that? Why would it say that? Because the scripture says that Ephraim would be a multitude of nations. But not only that, they would be scattered throughout the earth. Israel would be scattered throughout the earth. They would speak different languages. They would have different customs. You see what I'm saying? They would appear to be different people. You know? Now, am I saying that the 12 tribe? No, I'm not saying the 12 tribe is correct. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is, when you look at the people, skin color cannot be a prerequisite to who Israel is, and also you cannot just, it cannot be, you can't say that someone's not an Israelite based off of a man mixing with another nation, because inevitably that's what happened. I mean, I know we don't want to promote that, but that is what happened with a majority of our people as far as the northern kingdom goes. Us, the southern kingdom, we not so much, but the northern kingdom, they was mixing with the heathen long before we even came into this land.
Hey, well, the only thing about that is that the northern kingdom, yes, they mix, but they mix more with Hamites. So if you're looking at that part, the northern kingdom would be Sut black. But what the problem is, if you go to Deuteronomy chapter 23, it explains it. That's why I tell people to go there. If you go to Deuteronomy 23, you want to read, start at verse 1, or if you just start at verse 1, he that is wounded in the stones or has the private members cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to the 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Yeah.
That's right.
Even
Moabites shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Verse 4,
forever.
They met you not with bread and water in the way, and when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam and the sons of Beor and Pathro and Mesopotamia to curse thee. Nevertheless, the Lord their God would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord their God turned the curse unto the blessings, and because the Lord their God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor prosperity all the days ever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou was a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in the what? Third generation.
All right, great. I'm glad that you said that.
So when you have kids by right here by Edomite or Egyptian in the third generation, if them kids start having other kids by another Israelite, and them kids had another kid upon the third generation, they back in Israel. That's what it says.
Yeah, but let me add some more to that, brother.
Yeah.
Because what that does is shows you the difference between a bastard and those children. Right? It says a bastard, even into the 10th generation, they can't come in. All right. So but with those Edomites those are begotten, they can on a third generation. So a bastard and those are two separate differences.
But I don't think about it. It don't say a man or a woman. It just said a bastard. I have
Yeah,
to.
it did. It didn't say men and women.
Yeah.
That's the interesting part about
Yeah.
that.
It don't
But
say that.
it makes a differentiation though between it. A bastard's not going to come in regardless, no matter what.
Yeah.
Even unto the 10th generation, they're forever. They not coming in the congregation. And that's what I'm saying. Like if we got all these people that's been mixed, you know, and you got those situations as far as with the Northern Kingdom, if you got all those people that are mixed, and those were considered bastards, or everybody that they mixed with, then that means none of them are coming into the congregation, right? But you see in Revelations that all kindreds and tongues coming into the congregation there. You're seeing of different nations.
Yeah, but that's like way on down the line. I think because if you go and you look at David, he could be considered having Hamite blood because of Judah married a Hamite wife. But when it gets to him, that Hamite blood is blended out. So if you look at Bathsheba, and she was half a little Hamite in her, but she also was an Israelite. But when you get to King Solomon, it's blended out. Mm-hmm. But when King Solomon put his sons but his sons became king over Israel, you see what happened. They caused Israel to worship other gods. I think this is why, for one thing, the Most High didn't want us to do it. And so when you go to Ezra chapter 10, you can go to Ezra chapter 9, read chapter 10. This is one of the reasons Ezra said, no, we sinned against the Most High by doing these things. Mm-hmm. And by doing these things, he's looking back. What Ezra is looking at? He's looking at what King Solomon done in 1 Kings 11 and 1. Mm-hmm. And it tells all the nations that King Solomon mixed with and tell us not to do it. That's what it says. Mm-hmm. So he's giving us instructions, but Israel do that. So of course we gonna have other nations mixed within us. But that right there is not saying for us to go out here and say, okay, then let's go get.
There's a reason why the Most High said not to do it in the first place, though.
Yeah.
It was a reason. It was a reason why.
It happened, but it happened.
Yeah, that's the reason why we're not supposed to do it, and that's because they would turn us away from the Most High, and that's exactly what they did do. They turned our people away from worshiping the Most High. That's why we're supposed to choose of the daughters of Zion, because those was of our people, and those were the ones that were versed in our customs.
But you're right.
Those were the best. Yeah, that was the best soil to pick from. You know.
But y'all, I'm gonna get off of here. It's been about 3 hours.
3:48.
We're working on 4 right now. You might as well do the last 12.
15.
Yeah, you might as well, bro. You might as well.
Hey, man. Hey,
I'm getting scared. I'm learning something over here. I want to hear some more.
But look,
This is good.
By having these conversations, let us know that we just gonna stick with the word and not what we want to believe, and that's good because people can see that. Because you go to other channels, they just all agree on everything. They all agree on everything. Like Christianity, yeah, the pastor said it, let's just agree on it. But anyway,
it's a difference between what happened and what they were supposed to be doing. They weren't supposed to be.
Right.
They wasn't supposed to be choosing no other nations.
Right.
You know. They had them put. He had them put them away. They didn't even have the customs or anything. They wasn't speaking the language. They worshiping other gods, and all of that.
But the Northern Kingdom showed me. See, this is why I get mad when they. I ain't gonna say I get mad, but I get upset when the camp guy said, "Oh, the Northern Kingdom mixed with other people." Oh,
that
mixed with was this color.
Exactly.
They was white, so
exactly.
They did mix.
You can't just say, you got to look at the regions to where they went. Where did they go and mix that?
They don't tell the truth when it comes there.
Where did they go and mix?
Hamites. That's why our hair is kinky. Well, I barely got it. It's kinky because we mix with the Hamites. That's true. So yeah, I agree. So we got a common ground. I agree with that. But anyway, I'm ready to get off here, y'all. Peace. It was great, brother Cleo.
Let me see if I can answer this question right here.
And brother Eric, Shalom, brother.
saying that a man can have children with non-Israelites, but women can't. I'm assuming that's not confusion, brother. It's not confusion. The seed brings forth the same seed. The Israelite seed brings forth Israelites. You know, if a woman has a seed by Edomite, that child's going to be an Edomite. That's why and it's all about inheritance too. If a woman has a seed by Edomite, then that child's an Edomite, and the inheritance is going to go to an Edomite. But the male bears the seed. If this was not so, then none of us would be Israelites. You understand what I'm saying?
I need to study more on that, honestly, because to me that kind of seems like we're doing the same thing. We're doing the same thing as before. So you telling me the brother that's next door to me with his wife and all his mixed children, they Israel, and they going around telling my kid how nappy her hair is, right? So to me, it's like we're producing. Our men get to produce a whole different breed of people and they Hebrews. But the women, we can't have children with no other nation but our men. That kind of seems a little bit unfair to me, but I have to study some more.
Your line of thinking is that brothers want to have children with
Well, they
other
do.
nations.
We know that's the case.
No, that's not the majority of brothers. That's not the majority of brothers.
That's not over here.
The thing is, if a brother can have a children with their own kind, with the sisters, they choose sisters in most cases. You know, if things work out if he finds a good sister, in most cases, that's what he'll do. He'll deal with them. You know, but as far as with the sister, she have a child by Edomite, then that's what's going to be the situation. And as far as what they say about your children, even within our own community, we have those certain type of how can I say remarks made towards each other. Like when I was growing, I was real dark, and girls, I don't like that. I don't want no dark skinned. They always want the light skinned guys. You know. So I mean, even within our community of us growing up towards each other, you know, where we wasn't mixed like that, we had certain standards that we didn't approve of, you know, and that's just a societal thing.
I understand, but to me, a mixed child is a whole different nation. It's not a Negro no longer. It's no longer a Negro, because either you can't tell me that a child growing in the womb don't share both parents' blood, the whatever nation is born of, and the brother. Just because the brother made it, that doesn't mean the blood isn't pumping through that infant's bloodstream. So for me, I'm trying to figure out logically, how can a Hebrew man make a whole nation of people with different women that are not of him, right? So I'm just trying to figure that out. I got to research some more though. So I'm a little bit unlearned in that.
But go back to the beginning. If you go back to the beginning, it shows you how. For instance, like Japheth. Right, or Ham, or Shem, or with the patriarchs. Let's just start. We can start there with the Israelites, the 12 patriarchs, right? If these were the patriarchs, these were the first Israelites. There were 12 of them, right? Who did they have children by? If they're the first Israelites, they couldn't have had children by Israelites. Or even after that, their sons after that, who did they have children by? They couldn't have had children by Israelites.
True.
Most of them had their children from Hamite women, you know, like
exactly. So but here you go, we're Israelites, right? You know, and it's kind of hard to explain, but maybe I should dig a little bit more deep in it, because it's not that you far off with it, but I think to a certain extent there's a prerequisite being applied. It was really more so about inheritance when it came down to the seed, because the Most High understood, or the Most High wanted us to understand, that a nation is according to the man passing the seed on to the woman. The woman incubates the seed. The seed grows within her. All right? And I don't like to use metaphors, but no matter where you plant an apple seed, an apple tree is going to grow.
Yeah.
You know? Does that mean that the women don't have any importance in our nation? Absolutely not. They have all the importance. If that was the case, they wouldn't have went through the same things with us. You know? That's the top stock. That's the prime fertility. You know, those are the spirit that the Most High put in our women also. Same spirit that's dealing with the men is dealing with the women. You know?
Hey, I don't mean to be offensive, but it's a couple of comments saying that brothers want women with European features and non-Hebrew women, and that's not really true. You know, you have to really examine that. And then the people who say brothers want women with European features, you know, examine yourself. How many European features are you wearing right now?
None. I'm sorry. I thought you thought.
Nah, but you didn't make the statement.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, none.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
That's not
just because it happened doesn't mean that's what brothers are searching for.
Yeah, I get it, but there's a lot of, and we all know this, everybody knows this, especially the Hebrews that are awakened, and it's not hard to see. We can see it. There's a lot of brothers married to heathen women and pushing the children off that they Hebrews. So it's a lot going on, and like I said, I need to study more on that, because I understand the man is the king. He rules, okay? He's the head of us. But it makes no sense to me that the women could be replaceable, right? So
that's not replaceable.
I'm not saying it like that's what you desire. I'm just saying that let's just say hypothetically the Most High takes out all Hebrew women. Basically, the comment is, well, the men can still produce Hebrews, and I'm trying to figure that out. Like, how is that logical? Like, but that's just me, you know. I'm not saying that's what black men want. I'm just saying if it seemed kind of hypocritical that women can't do it, but our men can, and still produce the nation of Israel.
Well, I mean, a hard thing to really, for people to really accept it, that women and men, we're not equal.
Not the same.
You know,
you're right.
We're not the same. You know,
Right about that.
that's a hard thing to swallow. But it doesn't mean that we're more important than one or the other. That just means we're not the same. You know, and even Mashiach even told his disciples when he spoke the parable about the wheat and the tares. All right, the wheat and the tares, that was talking about the Israelites spread amongst the nation. And he said, one man. Let me get the scripture. I don't want to paraphrase. All right. So,
Let me write this down.
So, this is the parable about the wheat and the tares. And he says, another parable, and this is in Matthew 13 and 24. And I'll go down to 30. Now this was concerning the northern kingdom, right? And it says, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blades was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servant of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then hath it tares? He said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together unto the harvest. And when the time of the harvest, I would say to the reaper, Gather ye together first the tares and bind them in a bundle to be burnt, bundle to burn them. But gather the wheat unto my barn. This is talking about the Israelites being separated from the heathen. They mixed amongst the nations right now. But even those who the Mashiach sent out wouldn't know which one was which. So he said, don't try to uproot them. Don't try to say, no, you had a father and your mother was this, and you end up uprooting the wheat. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I mean, we have to give everything into consideration when we deliver this word. We have to put everything into consideration, because if we don't, we'll end up really putting forth some things that that may not be beneficial for our people as a whole. Oh, you sisters, you fit alongside us with the brothers. Can nobody take y'all place?
Oh, I know that. I know that for myself. You know, it's just preached a lot. And I know it's a lot of sisters in this room that have heard the same thing I've heard, that it don't matter, just because a man have a heathen wife, that them children are still Israel. So this is something that has been, said to us plenty times. I know a lot of people who
you won't hear that message from Salt of the Earth. You won't hear that message from Salt of the Earth. When you know right, you do right. Brothers, there's been different circumstances and things like that, and we can't start separating the wheat from the tares, not understanding. But that doesn't, we're not going to diminish our sisters' roles in Israel. Can nobody take their place? And that's that's point blank period. You don't see that in the scripture with the Most High saying that the Israelite women were replaced. You don't see that.
Does
brother, you had something?
You muted?
Does Genesis 3:15 apply to every woman? I heard a lot of people bring that up. What about the woman's seed? But what other woman did that apply to?
The woman's seed
of Genesis 3:15, because we know that's talking about, well, that could go two different ways based on different understanding. But in the case that did apply to Mary, what other woman did this apply to? Because a lot of women bring this up about the woman's seed to justify lineage being through the woman.
Yeah, I don't know where else that could be applied.
Me either.
That's actually how that may be the way that the 1948 people justify the lineage through the mother, because they don't justify the lineage through the father.
Yeah, they don't. They don't justify the lineage to the father. A lot of and we was going to talk about that too a lot. How the male within this society, the male role is really more so diminished, right? You ask yourself, there's a lot of things going on with our children being killed or murdered, you know, and people don't want to acknowledge that the seed is alive and things like that, you know. But you look at what happens with doing procreation. The seed instinctively swims to the egg. It instinctively swims there. If we can look in a microscope and we can see things that we can't see with the naked eye moving about, and acknowledge that these things are alive, but we can't acknowledge that the seed is alive, that instinctively swims to the egg and implants itself in the egg to grow there. You got to ask yourself what's going on. The seed doesn't leave the man either until unless it's stimulated to do so. It's not going to leave because it doesn't have anywhere to go. The egg from a woman that drops out every month, she sheds her uterus, right? And that egg is discarded, right? There's I don't like to say there's a shelf life, right?
There is.
Is there a time when the man cannot bring forth children? What age do a man stop being able to bring forth children?
Well, that's according to the Most High. Even our forefathers had children at an older age.
Yeah, but that's
upon him and what his will be done.
Exactly, but that's for a reason, because that lineage goes on. That lineage, life goes on through that. You see what I'm saying?
True.
Life is able to carry on through the male. That the Most High ensured that would be it. That's why there's seed, there's life inside of man right now. And every brother that's sitting here, I hope you have life inside of you. And that's why it's important for us to understand certain things, like dealing with pornography and things like that is no better, or it's worse than abortion. You killing your seed still. You wasting your seed. You spilling it for nothing. The seed ain't supposed to leave your body unless it's got somewhere to go.
True.
That's life. It's alive. But society is teaching us that this stuff is okay. That it's okay to do this stuff. The Most High killed some of our forefathers for spilling the seed and wasting it. That's life. You wasting life. The Most High give it to us until our dying days. Until we die, we able to bring forth children. That's for,
Can I say this though?
reason.
Can I say this though?
Yeah.
And I hear where the sisters is coming from. I really do. Because not quiet is kept. Y'all have been put and placed at the bottom of the bottom. So if the men is at the bottom, then our women is at the bottom of that bottom. And so having said that, and then you see what the standard of beauty has been made from the Western construct, it don't look nothing like our sisters. So they got that to deal with. Then you got to deal with the specter of our sisters having to go through not only seeing this European thing being promoted as the standard of beauty, then you got our prominent men. They believe that. They take on that. They mesmerize and hypnotized by that. They take on that same thing too, right? But I will submit to you and say this, that not all of us have taken on that, and a lot of brothers don't believe that. I think the brother said it earlier, that if given a choice, then obviously we're gonna choose Israel first, and that should go without saying. But I think that we need to have more shows like this where we actually talk to the women and we have communications with our women, because they need to know that it's not about us approving and saying, oh yeah, it's good money for us to go over here and do that, because it's not good money for us to go over there and do that, because of the fact that the Most High said, definitely don't mess with these. Why? What was the stipulation? Because they're gonna turn you away from me. That was the main stipulation, right? So what we need to do as men and sister, I saw your comment, and we probably need to dig in a little bit deeper on that. I saw that. We do need to dig in deeper on that to answer that question. But make no mistake about it, y'all are the best. Y'all are the salt of the earth. Because without y'all, we wouldn't even be here. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Because you got sisters like Harriet Tubman, she put in the work that she put in. I brought that out, and y'all had already knew about Harriet Tubman. But the thing is this: we need to put our women on the pedestal, and I'm guilty of it too. But we need to put our women on the pedestal just like everybody else does. Because if we don't, who will?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
I wasn't talking about brothers on this show. I know the brothers I'm amongst, right? But just as conversation, we do need to uplift our women a little bit more. Y'all know women's supposed to be quiet, right? So I do agree. We do need to build our women's self-esteem up a little bit more. It would be great.
Well, you're the ambassador for that on this show, sister. You know
And I'm
this
kicking it off right.
yeah, that's right. We discerned the spirit you had a long time ago. And you're equal with us in here.
I love my brothers. I love my sisters too. But the reason why I brought it up is because I know what I'm a woman, right? So I know what us sisters go through, right? So that's the reason why I brought it up to those who was asking in the chat, just for educational purposes. We all need a little extra pat on the back every once in a while. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, you get pats on the back and everything over here, bracelets and ornaments. And, brothers in it, we for our people 100%.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes it's tough to explain things without misconceptions being brought forth. And me personally, I give careful thought to how I'm gonna say things before I say them, because things get misconstrued so often that you don't want people to get the wrong idea. And what our sisters think is important to me. How they feel, how they think. I'm not an emotional man really, but I respect that our sisters they have strong emotions, and that they have feelings, and I'll tell the truth, but I'm much easier on my sisters than I am on brothers.
I brought it up because I was leading somewhere. I'll talk to you brothers about it. There are order to things. I believe in order. So I brought this up for a good reason, right? But, we'll talk later.
Hey, I will say this though about that. There are issues between our black men and black women that need to be addressed, that we don't want to address. And I do have something put together on that most high willing, I'm gonna do that soon. But a lot of this stuff, like you said, it's uncomfortable because there is no way to tell the truth and be nice about it. And it is what it is, but our hearts are to be in the right place when we deliver these types of messages, And I will say that the issues that we have between our men and women are issues that we don't want to address, but they're blatant issues. They right in our face. And a lot of these things are being used to keep us separated.
That's right.
And to keep us out of order, And so like I said, most high willing, I'm gonna put something. I have something put together on that, and I'm gonna put it down soon. You know, and hopefully that'll add to the edification of all of this, because I want to see all of my brothers happy. I want to see all of my sisters happy. You know, and we have to understand what the scriptures say. We have enemies against us. We have a lot of things aimed against us in many different ways, and it's all systematic. You know, so just like the Most High said that He's gonna multiply us above our forefathers in the past. Well, in order for us to do that, we have to come together. We got to have some families. We got to have some husbands, some wives. You know, but we living in the system that's trying to dead all of that, that's trying to eliminate all of that, and a lot of our people are operating in the spirit of that. You know, knowingly and unknowingly. So like the sisters say, that's something we all need to address, and you know, we'll get behind the scenes and come up with something we can do collectively. But it is something very detrimental that we need to address.
It's the foundation of us building. If we can't come together.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. We have to. We have to, because if we don't, then we gonna be in bad case. You know, the Most High don't want us to be neglectful or negligent towards each other. You know, we have a responsibility to our sisters, as likewise as they have a responsibility to us. You know, anybody else coming in is secondary.
That's right.
You know,
I really wish they wouldn't do that in the chat. I really wish y'all wouldn't. This channel is made for love, y'all. If y'all want to argue, can y'all not bring it over here? I'm sorry.
well, what happened? What we got?
I mean, I just don't like the ankle biting. I understand everybody want to say something, but let's just be respectful. Shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me go.
So we've been on for 4 hours and 50 minutes. We said 4 hours. We went past it. I do want to say to Sister, where's she at? Faithful Sister in Yah. I'm gonna research that. Actually, I already started looking at it, and I think that there's something there that we need to understand, and it's not about just doing a quick Google. I heard what you said. I did do a quick Google, and I typically will start with Wikipedia, and then I'll start working with the sources that they have because they have good information, and then I'll start branching out from there. So I would definitely look into that, but I think that what we're seeing there is something different than what is there. Okay, so you said the egg of a woman is seed. Nothing wrong with getting definitions. Yeah, I'm going to not only get definitions, but I want to understand what the context was of that in Genesis 3:15, because I read that was the context between Mashiach and the difference between Mashiach and the serpent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm seeing so far right off the rip. But, you know, we're just getting started, and we're all subject to learning. And so, you know, I'm not infallible. So I'll definitely research that. Whatever we come up with, we'll definitely bring it out here, if that's fair.
Indeed. You know, we all about definitions in terms over here.
Yeah.
You know. Neither can two men, but that's
Well, I don't know about that. With the technology they've got now, that might be possible now.
They'll be bumping forever. I'm so sorry, but that'll take forever.
Yeah, that's it's mismatch. Two left shoes. That's the best way I can put it. I didn't. I could have went the other way, but Yeah, exactly. It takes both. You know.
But you know, in Revelations, it talks about the woman representing Israel, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then it talks about the woman giving birth
Mm-hmm.
to
Absolutely.
a male child.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, it points back to the Mashiach.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
right. Brother
Man,
Evie, I can't wait for you to come out with this. This is gonna be good. Let us know when it's gonna come out. You're gonna put
we
it
got
on
so much stuff on the back burner. It's
Oh
crazy.
yeah, most definitely.
I don't do the. I'm gonna do the rest of my recording tonight.
Yeah.
I got about 3 hours left for that to do. I'm sure once I get that done, then and I need some. All right, so I need a couple more quotes from you brothers. I want some quotes from you, brother Cleo.
I was about to say I sent mine. What you
Yeah,
talking about?
you sent yours. The brother Cleo didn't send his yet.
Yeah, I only have one, and I'll send it to you. It's real simple, you know. So,
Not too long because it's got to fit on the screen.
yeah, no, it's only 7 words.
All
Seven
right,
words.
that's great. Yeah, 7 words.
Yeah,
7 words.
yeah.
That'll work.
I'll send it to you. Maybe we can holler real quick after we finish up here. So we've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes and 39 seconds. We're about to sign off. You brothers can spin your last words, and then we'll sign off.
I'm gonna do it like Russell Simmons. I'm gonna say shalom and blessings, Israel. Walk in faith, walk in grace, walk in obedience.
I'm
Anybody
gonna
else
say
got
peace and
anything?
blessings like I always do to the whole house. Y'all have a great rest of the Shabbat. Y'all don't hurt nobody and stay out the way. And y'all know what I mean by saying that. Stay out the way.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Peace and blessing, Israel. I hope somebody got some type of knowledge out of this. I love all of y'all like I love myself. All praises to the Most High.
Well, all Russell Simmons used to say is, "Thank y'all for coming out. God bless you. Good night."